He cold.
She belongs to the streets.
Good evening, Cart Before the Horse Nation. Live show starting soon. Make sure you get your popcorn, get you a glass of wine, roll your doob, whatever you got to do. Show starting shortly.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Welcome. Live Saturday night, Regal Rumble, brought to you by Cart Before the Horse Productions. How you feeling tonight, Mr. Walker?
Yes, sir. I am feeling freaking-tastic per usual. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, El Nug Nugs and Le Bonquishas. Welcome to Cart Before the Horse Regal Rumble, in affiliation with the Bougie Negro Podcast, and also, as all you Negroes know, in association with Ain't No Fun Once the Rabbits Got the Gun Entertainment. What's going on with you this fine Regal Rumble Saturday?
I got beans and bologna.
Welcome in, Cart Before the Horse Nation. Make sure you jive chickens are hitting the like button, hitting the subscribe button as you come into the room.
That part there. Whether you can follow simple instructions or not, come all this fine December 27th, 2025. Me and Mr. X is very much still alive and feeling fine, reporting to you jive chickens from this wonky, ever-changing Dayton market. Happy holiday season, SBC, Cart Before the Horse Nation. How y'all doing?
In the big name of Jesus, you hear me?
Welcome in. All right, shout out to the Real Books. He said make sure y'all wiping your feet and hitting the like button.
So easy a Bonquisha can do it, and so can yo.
And shout out to Frederick Howard. He's been a member 19 months. He says Queen TV.
Okay, Queen TV. Appreciate you, Frederick. Always first, always coming through. Who's Queen TV?
Yeah, what's the not sure. Well, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, Da Vinci codes.
And he also gifted a membership.
Per usual, good brother.
Appreciate you. And shout out to Raquel Rose, come through with a 20 ball. She says, it's the last Regal Rumble of the year, so let's make it a great one, SBC Nation. I love you all. Thanks for all the love and support all year.
We appreciate you, Mrs. Raquel Rose. Hey, y'all.
Straight.
So we're going to bring her up to the stage. Welcome up, Raquel.
Hey, y'all. Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday. Look at you looking all glammed up. Hey, I referenced you, I think, last show. Some bitter sis was up here talking about how she was happy and alone. I said, I wish Miss Raquel was up here all cheesing and happy with her family so she could show y'all what fulfillment looks like. There you go.
Exactly. Yes. Thank you for thinking of me.
Yes, ma'am.
And we're not sure what the Queen TV is about.
Oh, it's a lot of stuff. We can't go down rabbit holes tonight. I don't want to get in trouble. I'm learning the game right now. I'm in the trenches.
Okay.
I'm in the trenches. So Queen TV, I got you, bruh. I got you.
Shout out to Raquel. And welcome up, Sister Ebony.
Hey guys, happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday, listener sister.
Thank you.
Welcome up, Ebony Dean. So the ladies is in the house. No Anna tonight. Anna's out enjoying herself. All right, she ain't got time for you ninjas. Who knows? She out enjoying herself. We're gonna say that.
There you go. That's either or. You either gonna be enjoying your family or you need to be over here. Those are your two options.
That part. Because if you're here right now, tonight we talking about joy and pain. All right. The real state of the community. Everyone is crashing out. Like Raquel says, the last Saturday of 2025. So, we here for it.
Joy and pain, huh? Sunshine and rain. Yeah, my baby. This is the holiday season. And it's either or. There you go. Another either or. You either are having a great time, enjoying your family, having that good old holiday fulfillment, or or you are having a Kundra holiday, lonely and depressed. I don't know where that came from. That came from a spirit, but yeah, either or. So you got to choose which one, and you make the choice of how you move through life. How have y'all been moving through life?
Not like Kundra. No. She is crazy, but no one should want to aspire to be like that, So it's been the opposite. I'm already into the new year. The Christmas tree is down. The girl is focused. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Listen.
That's awesome. Hold up.
My husband put that tree down today, baby. The ornaments, I will show y'all. Like, it is wrapped up tight with a bow. Like, let's go. Let's get that money. Let's go. Let's stop all this. You know what I mean? Like, no more money spending. It's just stacked. Like, so yeah, like, be focused. That's what I've been doing. Having a good time watching y'all, watching other content creators, learning, like, Queen TV. It's Queen TV. You know what I'm saying?
There you go. Yeah, I remember back in the day, my mom would leave that tree up to about February.
Yes, that's why I'm like, oh, you took it down the day after Christmas. Yeah, that's I believe that's how it should be done. But no, that turned into an Easter tree, a Valentine's Day tree, a St. Patrick's Day tree. All the trees. That's a fact. Ain't no lie.
Wealthy people do have a tree drawer that they can just slide their tree into. And they do whip it out for things like Valentine's Day and stuff like that. But when you see that, you see it for like the picture aesthetic, and then it goes back into that little Christmas tree locker, like, so don't do that, y'all. Don't do that.
Yeah,
it gets dusty. Like,
yeah, agree. It's ghetto. If you don't have a Christmas tree locker, put it away. There you go. I love these. There's boundaries. If you ain't got the locker after Christmas, pack it away.
Yeah. Disassemble. Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
And it's always one gift. It's always one gift under the tree for months. Somebody who y'all ain't seen, they ain't gonna come, and ain't nobody touch it. It's wrapped. It got a couple holes poked in it. People trying to see what's sitting there. It's just a gift sitting there. Who is that? Oh, that's cousin Charlie's gift. He ain't come this year.
I tell you what, man, you giving me PTSD. I remember one Christmas, it was all empty gifts up under the tree. It was all decoration gifts. Like a good number of them. Tell you, it was all just empty. It was like a dang.
I would have whipped y'all for opening up the display gifts. Like
that's all it was. They all was displays. God.
And speaking of Christmas, we're gonna get right into it. We talk about joy and pain. Here we are. And shout out to Brother Frederick. Come back. He's with the 5-ball. Says Mrs. Raquel Rose and the Thorn Buds are always ready. Let them come.
There you go. Thorn Buds. Okay.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Shout out to Frederick.
See my daughter in 6 months, officer.
You have supervised visits. It's a reason why the post is giving them supervised visits. Let them take it to the
It's a reason because she's lying.
No, I don't want to talk because I feel like y'all came here and only got the gifts. He's only a father on birthdays and gifts. He has supervised visits.
I'm only a father because... Okay. I'm only a father because you keep me away from my kid.
Nobody can keep you away from the kid.
It's simple. It's simple.
You're a bum. You don't pay child support. You don't do nothing. You're a bum. Let me get the paperwork to show you guys. I have it in my
She hiding my kid in the room. Like, how you do that on Christmas? I have the paperwork too. Why you ain't come to 18? Why you didn't bring home to 18? So
as y'all see, this is crazy.
Hell!
He show up to see his kid on Christmas. He brought gifts, and his baby mama won't let him in. In fact, she called the cops and say, "It's a man outside my door harassing me. Not just any man, the man that you let shoot the club up. And he bringing gifts." And she called him a deadbeat. I don't know.
Oh, no, because ain't no way in heck mom about to allow this ninja to walk into that house with all them gifts and outdo her this Christmas. No, she not. She wanted him to leave the bag outside and walk away so she can reach around, grab him, and say, "Hey, kids, look what else mommy got you." But he said, "I want to see my kids." She like, "No, leave the bag outside the door like DoorDash, Raquel, and walk away slowly.
That's what she wants. Truly, she wants to be the one to get the credit for the gifts.
Of course, you hear the beat. Most definitely, yes.
I would want the kids, if they only see him on the special times, why not give him just that one time to be the hero? You get all year.
Yeah, because he's a deadbeat. Ain't no hero, you deadbeat ninja. Hero on Krima.
He's only a deadbeat because he don't want to be with her. It's not because he's a deadbeat to the children.
True, but she got to continue to paint this picture. It's Christmas time. Here's the hierarchy: Mom, Santa Claus, Jesus, the three wise men, and then your baby daddy.
That's crazy. What you got, Ebony? This is crazy.
Yeah, this is so petty on her behalf. Let that man see his kids and deliver the gifts and let them open it up on Christmas. A lot of times, men are out working, they're out in the field, and so they don't have all the time to spend with the kids like moms do and stuff like that. So let the babies open up the gifts and stop being petty. This is not the time for that. So you need to put your differences to the side and let these kids enjoy Christmas. That's what's most important.
Never gonna happen around Christmas time with this dynamic. This is the worst. This is either the best time of year or the worst time of year. I'm gonna keep stressing that. Ain't no in between. Yeah, he got to be a deadbeat every day of the year, especially Christmas. He got to be the Grinch come Christmas.
Yeah, and look at all the gifts he brought. That's a big old shopping bag full of gifts. There's probably dolls in there and all sorts of stuff. Like, give them babies their presents. That looks like a good amount of gifts coming from Dad.
That's a low right there.
And he wrapped them. I would not have wrapped them. I'm the kind of dad. I'm throwing the gifts in the gift bag. I ain't wrapping them though.
Yeah.
Oh, not a wrap.
See, he probably didn't wrap him. It was probably me that wrapped him. His bottom B was at home.
Or you know what? That's a lie. A lot of these malls now be having like wrapping stations.
Hey, don't do that. I did that for one gift.
Yeah, they be in there wrapping gifts for you. They be like, hey, yeah, come on.
I did that when I used to indulge in holiday madness. Yes, standing there in line waiting for a gift to get wrapped. Most egregious. And then they don't even tip them folks. I don't think I tipped.
Oh, no. See, now they got it where you just drop off the gift, even though I didn't want to because I was not in the best mall that you want to be doing that in. But you know what I'm saying? I just go with faith. And I give them grace. So I just gave them my stuff. I was like, I need this in about an hour. They were like, we'll text you. They hit me with a little text and it was just like Apple Pay. And I gave them a tip because it always asks you if you want to give them a tip. So I just hit the little 10% and that was it. I had a little $13 gift wrap.
That's amazing. That's a hustle, man. If I'm some mom, I'm getting together a whole bunch of, whatever, little girls, Girl Scouts, whatever. We about to make this bag this holiday season. We stay in the middle of that mall, wrapping presents, being all cutesy wootsy. Man, they gonna find a way to hustle.
These were elderly people, so you peep. They got it done in an hour. Those Girl Scouts could have got it done in like 15 minutes. You could have gave it an extra like $5 for the no wait time. But yeah, that's a good idea.
I like the hustle.
There you go. And shout out to EV. He says the Yam Council of Glazed Galaxy now assembled to order.
We got holiday hours. Okay, assemble.
And brother Tony, been a member 5 months, says so many women this year couldn't get gifts, broke.
Ooh, that's mean, Tony. Don't be stating the truth.
And that's another thing. So if this woman is in this house miserable, she ain't got no man, nobody did anything for her, and you showering these kids that I don't even like because they look like you.
Painful. Y'all, they don't want to acknowledge that. That's painful. It's too cold not to have somebody to hold. And then this ninja want to show up. His girlfriend probably out in the car with the speakers going when. Yeah, it's a whole deal. He got on her favorite cologne. He got on his best outfit. He looking all suave. She's like, F you, I hate you, Rodney.
But see, and that's why she needs to tighten up, and maybe next year, she can plan her romantic life a little bit better and can have somebody. But don't spoil the baby's holiday just because you didn't have your stuff figured out. That ain't cool.
There you go.
I would have had it smelling good in there. I would have been looking all good.
I
Like he
knew
would have been
you-
like, I'm spending Christmas over here. Like fuck the rest of the rotation. Like this where I'm gonna be at until New Year's. Like that's how I'm trying to make it.
Right.
Like
That's called being vulnerable.
Mhm.
All right. Bonquisha ain't about to be vulnerable. But that's her last line of defense.
See, because see, shout out to Miss Raquel, because you always anticipate a victory. See, she sit there like, if I go through all this work, like my good Yankee candles, put on a good smell, she like, and he don't bite, then she gonna be embarrassed. See,
he gonna bite because everything gonna be right. Everything, Mr. Walker. I'm talking about food on the stove,
Right.
candles lit,
Yep.
the music, just a little Christmas cheer music, like it's for the kids, but really it's like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like room smelling good. Yeah, go to the bathroom. Go on to the bathroom. It's clean in there. He ready. He done. He taking off his shoes. And in about 2 hours, his socks are off. And that's it. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. We doing this again. That's what it is.
And there you go. 9 months later, another nugget. All right. And then we can repeat this cycle.
Merry Christmas.
That's wicked. And shout out to Notorious NIG. He says, I'm as surprised as you, Raquel. I would never even think of stealing credit for gifts. How pathetic are these people?
Yes, you would. Say no, but go ahead.
Shout out to Notorious. And EV says, Rose, watch out. Says the techs in Atlanta like YNs on the corner. Not sure, EV. And shout out to TD. He says the kids will eventually resent the mom, not the dad.
Yep.
You know what? We touch on this every now and again. At least I have. Takes a long time. At first, it takes like to the late 20s to 30s before they start to use their common sense. And it's unfortunate that it ends up being resentment, but it is. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And eventually, dads, they stop coming around because look how you're treating him on Christmas morning. All he wants to do is give the gifts to the baby. And next year or the following years, if you're going to be on this type of time, then he isn't going to bring the gifts. And he's probably going to show you what a real deadbeat is, because I'm not seeing that with the visuals here. This looks like a father who cares and wanted to show up for his kids for Christmas. So
I think that's what she wants. She wanted him to not show up so she can tell the kids your daddy is a deadbeat. See, I told y'all.
Either if you ask me, my humble opinion, you either show up and drop them off, because having the cops come, this is not a win, and then getting emotionally involved. You either gonna eat it, come drop the bag off, let her fuss and call you deadbeat to the back of your neck as you are leaving. It's fine. You drop them off or don't drop them off at all. But you cannot continue to have emotional engagements like this. Fake laughing, cops there. It's embarrassing. It's emasculating. No man can never laugh off no law enforcement officer telling him what to do when it comes to his kids. You can't laugh that off.
There we go. And EV says the ATLYN still in cash apps, remember?
Yeah, EV, I don't cash app anybody but somebody that I know. So period. No one's getting my cash app. If I might ask a valet for his cash app, but like I'm verifying, like I will come find you, because what you really got to worry about is these waitresses at places like these little sports bars. When they take your credit card, they're copying your card information and then going to shop at Fashion Nova. So I haven't been having issues with the YNs. I've been having issues with the Bonquishas already, like twice almost. With this Fashion Nova stuff. And it's been when I've given my card over to pay for my tab. Wow. It hasn't been my cash app. So, Yeah, y'all watch out for these waitresses.
Yeah, see, you know what? Been watching now. It's over. It's over.
Oh, that's wicked. Okay.
Yeah.
Get before Christmas. You the bum. And you mad I don't want you. And I'm sorry I don't want you, sweetheart. I just want to see my kid. Like what?
Like, what are you talking about?
Like how I came to drop off gifts to my kid. You don't want me to see my kid. I don't have no restraining order against you. Leave the gifts and walk away, and I can't see my kid. I ain't see her in 6 months.
Leave the gifts and walk away.
Everybody in this building needs to know this girl at 3A be keeping her daughter away from his father. I have a whole gifts to my kid. Nevaeh, daddy loves you, baby.
Get away from my
Daddy
door.
loves you,
Get
baby.
away from my
Where's
door.
my kid?
Get away from my door.
Where's my kid?
Get away from my door. I'm gonna call
Where's
the
my
cops.
kid? Where's
You
my
are a
kid?
bum.
Where's my kid?
Let's see her.
Where's my kid? You hiding my kid in the room? What the hell?
This is wicked. Yeah, you got to eat that. And they are in the hood. Seems like New York. They got the steel door, steel frame, steel and everything, steel encased. This is where I grew up, the metal doors, baby.
Ooh, them rubber baseboards. Yeah, that's all. That's how you know you're there. Yeah, steel doors, but rubber baseboards. That's when you know you're there. And yeah, that's still played at the bottom of the door. That is wicked. Yeah, that's so commercial. Come on. There she is.
Cozy vibes, man.
Bitter, scorned, homely, unsightly, malodorous. That's what I'm getting from these optics and her voice. She bitter. It's over. Look at her. And this ninja, you deserve it, brother. You knocked her up with your desperate self.
And don't forget about Unkept, because she ain't doing it right, Raquel. She's in her little PJs with her little t-shirt on. She did not come ready at all. And that's how she should have came. Had something cute on, had some food on the stove, like Raquel was saying. Yeah, she didn't come here right. Got her little bun on, and yeah.
She made it easy for him to walk away.
Right.
She got a teenage kid walking in the background. So his kid must be the smallest kid. So it's a whole, ain't no getting dressed up. She got other kids. So he done made a fatal mistake. You was, whatever happened, you was a stepdad or whatever, you got to eat this.
She got them thick glasses too. She just a mean old nerdy chick. She mean as a rat. I wonder how. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. You said you were about to say mean as a rattlesnake or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. She's so mean and like giving nerdy vibes. Like she always been like this. Like it just always confused me, man.
Yeah, but maybe because the other kid's father didn't come around, so she's not allowing the other dad to come and bring the gifts, because that's kind of showing the other kid that, their dad didn't come through. So that could be it too, which is unfortunate. But
what if he is a deadbeat, Ebony? What if he don't and he just showed up for Christmas? What if he hadn't been paying child support, whatever the case? All right, but he here now. Where we at?
Right. And that's the thing. Like, you can always make it right. Let that man go in there and see his kid. I think it's a lot of it is selfish and it's not okay. And especially getting the police involved. There's all sorts of things going on in the world. And you're using these police to come to your house knowing that you know who this man is, and all he wants to do is just drop off gifts. Like, stop acting all like you don't know what's up, So yeah, this is too much, and it's unfortunate.
I like that question. Like, does it matter if he was straight up deadbeat, not paying everything she claims, but on Christmas, he shows up and he got a bag full of gifts. Like,
I'm gonna let him come in. I'm gonna let him come in, but I ain't gonna make him comfortable. Like how I was just talking. Like, I'm gonna be in there throwing the pots all hard. You know what I'm saying? Making sure he know I don't got nothing for him. Like, you ain't eating here. You better be leaving at 6:00 because that's when we eating dinner. And I did not put out a setting for you. You know what I mean? So that means you are not eating. So that's how my delivery would be. But you go ahead, give your kids their little gifts, but you ain't getting no coup de cata. Like, not tonight, not through New Year's. Like,
There we go. That's respectable. Like I said, he got to eat it. Most things, it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Where's my kid? Where's my kid? Where's my kid? You hiding my kid in the room? What the hell? What the hell? I brought gifts to my kid.
Get away from
You is a hater. I don't want you. You mad? Damn. I already called 911. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. Bum, you going on Instagram already? Bum. I can't drop off stuff for my kid.
That was the big thing. And then, like he said, he called the cops. So he showed up. She told him, like we said, leave the gifts outside. He said, no, I want to see my kid. And they both called the cops. This is wicked. Hey, it's a man outside. He on the other line. I'm the man outside. I ain't doing nothing. You know.
And the police sitting here like, we got another one. Another domestics, another holiday domestics. Hopefully we can get this over without the tase or mace nobody, Bob. Let's go. Let's stop at the donut shop first. Yeah, I know they got to be tired of this. Domestics is the worst call you can get as law enforcement. That's why they show up all, peed off, because they never know what they're going to walk into.
That part. So here we are. We talking about joy and pain. We ain't done. Nug Nug crashing out. That's the most disappointing part about tonight is Nug Nug.
What? Typically is Bonquisha crashing out. Huh? It's the men's? Not the men's crashing out.
Yeah, record it. Because I still smack the shit out you.
Go ahead, gonna get locked up.
Yeah.
You gonna get locked up.
Fuck.
So
look,
what's
going on? You think the police right here, right now, gonna save you?
You gonna get locked up.
Fuck. Come on now. You tripping,
bro. And this is why I called you all, because this is what I'm dealing with. He was in front of my house. I saw him in front of my house, and I know what I'm dealing with that, and I left. I came here, he found me, and he blocked me in. He cannot see my child. This is what I'm dealing with. I need to get a restraining order.
So why can't he see him if you don't have orders in place?
I'm the coolest nigga in the world.
You gotta
we don't have orders.
But don't play with my orders.
I'm asking you
The
why.
child is in my position. She's my child. He's blocking me in.
Okay.
You know I'm gonna do whatever I gotta do when you
I know my rights too.
You know
I
I'm
don't care how much his mouth is going off.
I'm not.
He's crazy. I know you a black man and you want to have your black.
Man, this is wicked. This is why D-discipline is important. Seed discipline. The hell with D-seed. Because if you got a hub boy, you can, but a lot of y'all don't want to do that either. So you end up like this ninja out here. And another guy fighting in front of the cops, in front of your kids, being emasculated. This is crazy.
Never works out in your favor, man. Never. He just sitting there talking, doing all this splaining, as Mr. X say, holding court on the concrete. Never gonna work. As a man, the best thing you do is move accordingly and shut up. That's it. Your actions must speak for you. You sit there doing all this explaining man to man. It looks terrible, and you ain't gonna get your way.
Yeah, and did you guys hear her words? It's my child. You can't see my child. What makes him any more of your child than the father? Like those words are wicked words, and everything is my child and what I want, and it's not even including him. So I feel Nug Nug's pain. I would be pissed too. Like you're trying to dictate everything, and the child is equally both of yours. So
that is
acting like it.
I was going to say, it starts with the court system. So, yeah, the kid got both of us 50-50, but according to the court, she is the custodial parent. She has the rights. So, and she knows that. And then she weaponizes her rights from the courts. That's why it's important. Like you said, go to court, fight for some time. If you don't, she off rip. She already got the big hammer.
And it's just a family court standard, Ebony. There you go. So she can, well, not just her, any woman that's doing this, some type of wicked co-parenting situation like this. Yeah, you got precedents to say, yo, kid, because the family court system, that's the culture. It is, like Mr. X said, it is yo kid. I have yet to see law enforcement show up to Bonquisha house, take the kid from the woman and give it to the father, how they would take a kid from the father and give it to the mom. Have yet to see it.
Yeah. unfortunate. What you got,
I
Raquel?
got a whole file back here. I can show y'all how thick it is about what y'all talking about right now. And it would have been 3 times thicker if every time she was out of pocket, we would have called the police. But I don't have the kind of man that likes to call the law. So we never went that route. And I don't really think that if we would have went that route, it would have been much of a difference because it seems like they always side on behalf of the mother anyway. So it's just more of, it would have been more of his daughter seeing him get emasculated by another form of government, which is the police, who are wrong a lot of the time. You know what I mean? So, I used to get upset with my husband because I felt like he wasn't fighting hard enough. And I used to be like, because I'm younger than him. So, I used to be like real petty. Like I used to fight with his sisters all the time and just be scrapping with everybody. You know what I mean? And I used to be like, she's wrong. Like call the police. Like we drove 8 hours. Like how can she just say no? How can she just act like she don't hear us out here? Like how can you just let her make us go back home with nothing? You know what I mean? I would be so mad at him. But what was the point in getting the West Virginia police involved? You don't want to deal with the police, in Georgia. And like that could have probably been a bad situation. It wasn't when we eventually went to court, but by then you fight so much that you just be like, done. You know what I mean? And then you feel bad because a ninja's done and you're like, and he's like, no, like at this point, it's just, it don't matter no more, and then it's just like, well, damn. And then one day you get a knock at the door and it's like, I can't deal with her anymore. You do it. You do it. You do it. You do it. Now she's done. I mean, it's so far. It's so gone. Now it's like so much course correcting you got to do.
It's impossible.
And guess what? It don't work either. That don't work either because she end up going right back to the same environment, doing the same thing because her mother helps her perpetuate the same lifestyle she had. And it's just a reoccurring cycle that I just wish people would understand that even though you're not getting it, we all see the pattern of the dysfunction. Right. And we're just calling it out. So drag us, call us lame, queens or kings or whatever we are when we tell y'all that y'all are out here moving foul and ugly. I mean, it is what it is. It breeds the same dysfunction. And we see it time and time again. So sorry, that was just like, it hurts me because what I just saw him do, I didn't like it. Mr. Walker, it made me feel like he's doing too much. But when I was like 26, 27, I wanted that. I wanted him to be like in their faces about it. Yep. But that looks so bad to me at this age now. And so shout out to him for being smart enough and mature enough to know that is just not the route you want to take, So yeah.
Mm-hmm. I agree. So yeah, this here, it's all about setting a new standard. We can't cry over spilled milk. We up here telling y'all about cautionary tales and how we need to teach the kids. Like, granted, this dude can't do nothing. He can't pull his seed back out of her. But I mean, moving forward, we got to use this. You can't make the same mistake as he made.
The only thing that begins the correcting of this terrible situation is stoicism. If you ask me, you must appear numb to the situation, because anything else, they're going to use it against you.
Bro, he's crazy.
All right, so none of that. So
that's my child. She's with me. She's in my. If he wants to take me to court, we can go to court. I called you all for my safety and because I want to get home. He does not have the right to block me in right here. He does not live in this neighborhood. I live in this neighborhood.
But this bitch's birthday is on Sunday.
He can call me all he wants, all of that talk. That's what he's been doing for years.
But guess what? My daughter about to be with her.
I want to go back home.
You know what I'm saying? I can't even get my daughter.
I called you, so y'all can
I can't even talk to her.
All right, but you got to give me a second to talk, right? I understand you don't have to
No,
let
because
him.
I call 911 and y'all go straight to him. But that's what the man
No,
do, and I should have requested a woman.
That has nothing to do with it, ma'am. He was standing right here before I got to your car, right?
I'm the one, the victim.
Stand by,
I'm the one.
stand by. Don't worry about it. Stand by.
She a victim. I'm so triggered right now.
So I guess that was it here. Like you said, he started off, we all seen him.
Record it, because I should smack the shit out you.
Oh,
So he doing this right in front of the cops. This is very toxic. This is Nug Nug and Bonquisha. So you know what I mean? This is what you get. This is some hood toxic-ish.
hey, that brother, listen here. Told y'all, man, Nug Nug becomes unhinged once he know you are giving his most prized possession away, which is yo kutakata. Look at that face. I'd have slapped the ish out of you right now. Unfreaking hinged. And you hear that, sister? She was so mad the gynocracy was not there to back her up. She said, I should have requested a woman. This is just you guys. I knew this how you men are. You went straight to him. She said, I'm the victim. She said, well, how dare you go to him? And I'm the victim.
Yeah. I mean, look at him. This dude is unhinged. And the cop trying to hold him back. So if they didn't, what? I see y'all in the chat saying, yeah, he probably would have slapped her. And y'all see what's going on now here. A lot of women are being deleted. Y'all see the woman in Memphis? She got shot 20 times and survived. So y'all bet, I mean, people are unhinged out here.
Yeah, I'm cool. Like, I'm not taking nothing from anyone. I can't anymore. I can't anymore. So I just have my headphones on everywhere I go for the most part. Like, I don't always have them on. Like, I'm not always listening to something, but it's just like, don't even talk to me because I'm crazy too. Like, maybe I'm on the little short bus myself, like, because it is getting crazy out here. It is like, it seems like ever since we went through that food stamp crisis, that it's because usually October, November, and December is this term we have in certain places called jacking season. You know what I mean? Then you threw the food stamps on top of that. It just felt like you ain't safe, like you got to be on alert at the gas station.
You know what jacking season sounds like to me? Jacking season sounds like catch a body season. That's what it sounds like to me.
Sometimes it is because you'll pull a jack move to get whatever you need for Christmas presents, for whatever. So whatever that is, like, and that one video just went viral of those people doing that, like, breaking into that home and hurting that family. Like, no. So I'm paying attention when I'm out at, Walmart or Target, grabbing little things. Like, you can't just be like focused on your Christmas gifts. Your head got to be on a swivel. It's like, who pulling out with me? Who pulled in with me? I'm focusing on all that. You know what I mean? How do I get out of here? If everybody's going this way, where is the other exit at? You know what I mean? Because I got to get out. Like, even if it's without my shoes and my purse, like, fuck it, I got to go. Like, you just don't know. In Atlanta, it's crazy, y'all. It's
see, that's wild. I see. Shout out to ATL. I ain't gonna hold you. I don't know, Mr. X. Growing up, I don't want no problems. I don't want them kind of anxieties going to the mall, which is like Lenox Mall, and you gotta worry about, folks sticking you up in the parking lot. Like, it's obviously that can happen anywhere. However, there are certain places, like you said, where it's more probable, like it's gonna happen. Like,
it's
I'm not going to
the purge. Like, when you target Buckhead, you're targeting a specific demographic. So it is very scary. It is. And it happens all the time around October, November, and December. Like, that's why a lot of people don't wear big rings here, because you make yourself a target. You become oh, what is she doing? Where does she work? Where does she live? Like, where is she shopping at? Like, no.
Yeah, what is she carrying? Yeah, what kind of toolie she got? How about that question?
Right, or they're clocking your purses or whatever, or your clothing, whatever you're wearing, and that's why I made it a point to this year just do my shopping in the mornings and early afternoons when everyone else is at work. No night shopping or whatever unless I'm going with someone else, just because it's just not safe, and you don't want to be caught slipping out here because, like Raquel was saying, the streets is rough and everybody's trying to get it figured out however they can. And I don't want the smoke at all. So,
Same.
Yeah.
And shout out to Mr. Incredible, been a member 2 months. Says salute to the kings and the lovely ladies. Good evening.
Appreciate you, Mr. Incredible.
And he also gifted 5 memberships.
We appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Appreciate that, brother. Make sure y'all thank that man. And brother Tony says, plot twist. Pookie number 2 in the bed playing the game.
Hence why he wanted to slap the ish out of her. I'm trying to tell y'all, man.
This is crazy. And Classy come through. He says, the laws are designed to destroy families and make a profit. Take from fathers, kids get older, make profits from prisons.
Bingo. Shout out to brother Classy.
Shout out to Classy.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
And as far as Snug Nug, to the pit.
Yeah, Goofy Ninja.
Nah, man.
Madness.
Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me? Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
I truly wonder, how I understand water finds this level. I do, but how in the world do these sisters who we see week in and week out claim they only want this particular kind of guy that meets their hypergamy, and then that's always they damn baby daddy, some weird, wonky built, funny smelling, dusty ninja, crash out ninja? How do they keep having these high standards but keep hunching on gutter muck?
Can we see him again? The guy.
Look,
Do we move on to the
looking like a Philly,
They were
Yeah.
calling him old boy from like Memphis Bleak. They were calling him Memphis Bleak.
Yes, so some
Yeah.
old Philly.
Not Memphis Bleak, more like Freeway. Benny
Yeah,
Siegel.
Freeway.
Yeah, something like that. They were called who Beans. What's the Beans?
Beanie Siegel. Beanie Siegel there.
Mm.
Yeah.
Big prop
Both
right
beans. Beans look bad nowadays. Yeah.
Oh
that
my
old-
Lord.
yeah.
Okay, when you were talking about him, I had to see him one last time.
And I'll say this, y'all saying most of these women, got dusty baby fathers, not so fast. And shout out to Odd Job. He says, greetings, chat and panel. Stop lying, Miss Raquel. You gonna act like you are playing GTA if something pop off. Gonna end up with a 5-star wanted ratings by the time you get home.
Hey man, stop, man. That's me.
I'm letting it go. I'm telling you right now, it might not like drop you down forever, but you gonna be like, dang, she wasn't playing. No, I was not. Okay. Like all up and through here. That's all I'm saying.
And shout out to Rajah. He says, fellas, you will lose every time whenever you behave emotionally animated around your child with the child's mother.
Talk to him, OG. I cannot stress this message enough. Write that on your forehead, man. That's it.
I agree.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Shout out to Stu Peas with the 20 ball. Brother always be in the Patreon dropping videos. He says, happy holidays, panel. The only thing I really appreciate about body cams and social media platform is the ability to keep record of future generations to review.
That is it, bro. Stu Peas, come on. That's what this is all about. This documented. This is digital documentation for the kids. They're going right.
Right.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
And shout out to TJ, says, what's up, fellas? And the married women, Ebony Dean and Miss Raquel Rose.
Shout out to the brother TJ. How you doing, brother?
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
TJ. We got to get TJ back up here. But like I was just saying, check this out. It's the hottest news. Brother Wilder. All right. Deontay Wilder exposes his ex-fiance. He says she stole $400K. You know, we're going to mine through this.
Foolish. Absolute foolish.
And one of my kids' mother. You know what I'm saying? That my ex stole over $400,000 from me.
400?
Oh, over $400,000 from me. She killed one of my childs because she couldn't get child support in the state that she was in. They had a cap on it, so she wanted to move to California.
Oh,
see, that's where all the girls go.
That's
to.
what California
because
got
them
the
lawyers
laws
out there
that-
waiting on them, and the laws is a woman is innocent until proven guilty, and man is guilty until proven innocent. Good luck, and don't have no money because they're gonna extort you.
Yeah.
Oh, man, this brother's so ignorant. But here we go. We go mine through this. All right. I don't know where he's from, what part of the South. He says she deleted one of my childs. You know,
You guys, he gets hit in the head a lot, so we got to give him just a little bit of grace. He not gonna sound like
there we go. Because he's throwing me right now. He reminded me of Jay Prince. And I'm like, man, give him some grace. It's like JP if he didn't make it in boxing.
JP's issues from the hot dogs, all the glizzy consumption.
Glizzy contamination. JP, protect yourself. Hey, this is why I don't like the MMA and all that stuff, man. This is the Mandingo fighting. Like, I swear to goodness, my last time doing that, I felt like that scene in Django when them two brothers fought to deletion. I swear, absolutely not. But then look at this brother, big old dominant brother. Shout out to Wilder. Yeah, deleted one of my childs. I really don't care how much you get hit in the head. Like he ain't that throwed off. He can say children. If you can say childs, you can say children. But I don't.
Brain injuries are super harsh, and I've only had one, and I have really bad vertigo. It like when I sweep the floor, like I really gotta it's like I'm on the train when the train is about to stop. It kind of feels like that. Mm-hmm. So just imagine if you're getting kicked to the head and punched in the dome time after time after time. Like that's probably gonna take a wearing and tearing on you.
I agree with you. Y'all seen the way that big white boy knocked him out? Hell. Well, they knocked each other out. They was punching the hell out of each other. They fought a couple times. I'm sure he ain't right after that.
That's right. I forgot that big old British dude, the big old depressed British dude.
Fury brothers.
Fury was beating the brakes off of Brother Wilder. About retired them for real. Shoot.
So how did she steal the money from him? How did that happen? The $400K. How did that happen?
Probably skimming a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit at a
every time he get a little paycheck, she know he ain't really looking at the bank account. So, or he know he gonna pay a whole bunch of things at once, and he not on top of his account like that, and his accountant don't check in. You can do some skimming, but why would you? Just stay with your man, girl. Right. This is the man you made a family with. What's wrong with you? I don't get that.
Right.
She a hyena. I could tell by just looking at her. Shoot, man, I don't know how these dudes, they know what they be getting into. These entertainers, I find it pathetic. You guys are, most women's dream boat, and y'all still going to being suckers for some IG baddie. That's wild to me.
Yeah.
To prove innocent. Good luck. And don't have no money because they're going to extort you.
Yeah.
You understand me? Judges and lawyers knowing each other and all that. And I'm telling you, and these times, motherfuckers freaking out here. They probably having sex with each other and shit and coming on and hitting your case down. You know what I mean? I done been through so much, bro. And to go through that and to have somebody that you done taken care of for years, she was a person that lost her job she'd tell everybody she was CPA, but you was a CNA, a certified nurse assistant. That's the lowest of the low in the hospital if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But you want to tell people certain things because you want to look a certain part that you're really not. You know what I'm saying? And now you lose your job as that. You can't even wipe ass right. You done lost your job wiping somebody's ass because you ain't wipe it right.
Yeah, see, two things is true. It's never good to come out talking about your ex-wife, baby mamas. You wiped her up. You got finessed by a woman. that you claim ain't ish and, ain't qualified to do nothing, but finesse you out of $500,000 and all, and some more stuff. So it's not a good look, brother.
Feminine. I don't care how big and bad you may think you feminine. Absolutely not. We have touched on this time and time again. And look how that went over. Did that come across as impressive to y'all? Yeah, she can't even wipe butt right. She's so dumb. How did she end up getting $400,000 of your hard-earned money? Emphasis on hard-earned. Your child's most definitely hard-earned.
Yeah, so I would say they both a little delayed, and they was the blind leading the blind.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, he is the top of the line for her. Like, that's it, girl. That's it. And you shaded this man that was good to you and your child before him. But that is what y'all say. Y'all say, don't wife up baby mamas because they do this to y'all. And I would have to agree. This is another example for the guys that say that. That's a score. That's a point on their side. Like, it's so bad. Like, you don't have to go this route, date a man like this, right? But once you do, and like he is literally getting crucified on his job. Like, his job is to be, like what you said, Mr. Walker, a warrior. Like, I believe that it's like these are the kind of women that end up ruining their career. These men ruin their careers for. And I think the bigger conversation is not the fact that she skimmed the $400,000, but who has he become since he's been with her? And she's been like a succubus, like just siphoning his energy, crumbling him. He lost fights. He lost money. She wasn't a woman that she didn't benefit him at all, but she reaped so many benefits from him. And that's the sad part. It's like, bruh, like, you are a shell of the man you were before you got with this woman. Think of who he was before you knew he was attached to her. And then since he got with her, it just went downhill, and it continuously goes down. And he's still in the trenches about it. It's still sad.
You know what I'm saying? And now you lose your job, you finna become homeless, and you got two people you taking care of. So I end up getting her and moving her with me. Yeah. And you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And helped her out and all this stuff. And this is how you repay me? I took the role of being your son's father, not just a daddy, but a father. Right. I went in so hard, bro. I went in so hard to the point where I put them on my wheel. I had a meeting with my kids. I said, how y'all feel if I scoot y'all over? I scoot over a little slide and let somebody else get a little bit of it. And my kids are amazing. They're my best friends. And they was down with it. So I moved a little space over and added her son in on my motherfucking wing. You ain't even my son for real. Right. You know what I mean?
Wow. Damn, that has to take a toll.
I put her in my wheel as well too. Yeah. You was just my girlfriend. You ain't even my wife.
I hope that still ain't there, man.
Yeah, man. I hope that still ain't. One time the son said, "You ain't my daddy." Now that's one thing you don't say to a man that ain't your daddy. Don't remind him that you ain't his daddy. You know what I'm saying? Don't remind me that.
I know that, but you ain't got
it. I done fed you, took you on all these trips, giving you a beautiful life. Yeah. I ain't your daddy. I'm put you on my wheel. Bro, when he did that, bro, I ran to my lawyer to try to get that, you know what I mean? Because I felt like I was finna have a heart attack. Seriously. You know what I mean? So I've been through a lot, bro.
I remember when I lost my mind. Oh, I'm just about to lose my mind.
So here we go. Cautionary tale. Don't be a tip daddy. All right. He said he put the kid on the wheel. Wasn't his kid. He put her on the wheel. They wasn't even married. He was being taken advantage of. That must have been some good cooter. Man, you got punched in the head too many times. You just putting everybody on the wheel. I know people in his family like, what is you doing, dog?
Can't say nothing. The king with the gold makes the rules. This brother got a whole statue erected in his honor somewhere. I saw. I get it, but I don't. I find this to be quite interesting. Let's observe this character that is Wilder. Look at him. Like I said, as far as his stature, physical appearance, I do believe most women come up on, Ashley Dalton and Kundra, and they request this ninja here, huh? For the most part, at least aesthetically, and he still got the Will Smith treatment. Still getting the short end of the stick. I think that's interesting. You can't, no matter how rugged and tough you may be, when it comes to raging harlots, you can't turn them into no housewife. So there you go. I don't care how bad you is.
Yeah, and it's definitely a lesson learned for him. He should have never been in that situation in the first place, dealing with, a Bonquisha baby's mom or whatever. And she completely took advantage of him. It seemed like he had a good heart and was really just trying to look out, and she kind of took advantage of that. So men like this don't come across often. And so I don't know how many men that she thinks she's going to continue to get like this. It was a once in a lifetime thing, and she blew it. And what goes around comes around. You can't just go around and treating people like this and expect good things to happen to you. So, what goes around comes around, and it's unfortunate, but hopefully he learned his lesson and, found somebody better or whatever. And maybe he needs to kind of tighten things up and not putting the girlfriends and the stepsons and all that in the will. You just don't want to do that, because you never know. She could have tried to off him or whatever just for the insurance money. And
yes,
that thought probably ran across her a time or two. You never know. So yeah, it's unfortunate.
That part. There you go.
Anna, if Anna was here, she would say something clever about how Wilder's girlfriend and April Jones would be working together at the old folks home, because didn't April go back to being a nurse? And now old girl, she is CNA, so it's like they all meeting up. Like, that's something Anna, she would have like found a clever way to like add those things together.
You definitely would have.
Yeah, but yeah, I feel bad for him a little bit, guys.
Me too.
That's nice.
And shout out to Divine. He says, speaking of athletes, Jazz Chisholm, who plays for the Yankees, got engaged, and a troll told him he put a ring on the OF model who was on Bad Girls Club.
Maybe he did. Shoot.
Yeah, I'm not sure who these people are, Divine, but it sounds terrible.
It sounds freaking awful, but or for the course today, OF models as your wife. That's crazy, huh?
Man. And shout out to TJ over at Through the Fire RBN with the 20 ball. He says, on Christmas, I had to assist a chest tube. Look it up. And a fella who was stabbed by his woman. Okay, stabbed by his woman because he wouldn't get off the PS5. While in the hospital, she took his phone and cash apped herself $1,500 from his account.
Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. Hoo-wee. I don't know how you brothers end up with women like this. You can't tell if a woman want to put a blade inside you. You can't tell.
That's wicked.
God damn.
Shout out to TJ. That's out in, where you at, St. Louis?
Oh, wildin'.
And shout out to Black Unity. He says, with Wilder, it's always somebody else's fault. Braylon's fault for stopping the fight in second. Fury had an egg weight. Now this.
Yeah. You can't be blaming other folks, brother.
That's wicked. And shout out to Izzy DeVoe. He says, my wife and Telly, his ex, all have the same esthetician, and she learned Wilder is pretty much functionally illiterate. So this comes to no surprise.
Shout out to Izzy DeVoe and SBC journalism. Okay. So there you go. Like, I get it. Y'all be surprised. That makes sense. Because I'm not like, shout out to my mom. Like, she the same way, functioning illiterate. They can't read nor comprehend, but they can get around.
There you go. That's why I said he was giving JP vibes, man. I'm trying to tell you.
Education is key, brothers. I don't care. You gotta read. Start reading something. Do anything. Don't be okay with being ignorant. That go for all of us, man.
And Triple X come through. How you feeling, brother? Says Gavin X Mr. Walker, your Mount Rushmore top 4 Philly rap.
True. Shoot, we name a good number of them, right? Freeway, Beanie Siegel, them got to be top Philly cats. Ooh, what's my brother name? The back against the wall. I forget his name.
Will Smith. Hell.
Yeah, I guess you got to give it.
Can't hear you.
Is Jadakiss from Philly?
Nah, he's from New York, I believe.
Oh, he's from New York. Okay.
Cassidy. Thank you,
Cassidy.
Postman. Cassidy for sure. There you go. I really don't shout to Cassidy. Cassidy was the truth. Baby.
Y'all gonna put Will in that top 5. Stop hating
her. Oh my goodness.
And Tony, he says, this woman got my man's wearing platinum FUBU jeans.
See, y'all getting on them jeans, them designer. Huh? Can y'all afford them jeans? I can't.
Well, I'll say this. Like I said, shout out to the brother Wilder. Hopefully he gets some help. Until then, we're going to put him in the sub.
You'll be okay, brother.
The passengers of the doomed Titanic sub spent their last moments in total darkness looking for bioluminescent creatures out of the small window and listening to their favorite music. The new details of the 5 passengers' final moments have been revealed by the wife and mum of the father-son duo.
Wade in the water, wade in the water, diamond wade in the water. Something's gonna trouble the water. You better wade in the water. Yeah, man.
Yeah, shout out to Cassidy, man. That brought back memories. I used to be back in my room in the hood doing push-ups, listening to Cassidy and Eminem. Ooh, that was my grunge days.
Really, Mr. Walker?
Yeah. They should have prison workout. Push-ups and sit-ups. Yeah. Shoot.
And shout out to brother Jamal. He come through in the Cash App. Appreciate you, brother. He says gifts.
Donations. Appreciate you, brother Jamal.
Yeah, brother. And shout out to Richard Media. He says, Mr. Walker, just as water seeks its own level, the same people will find each other.
Agreed, brother. Agreed, OG.
So here we go. We're going to pull up a rare view here of Nug Nug being evicted.
Oh, this ought to be awesome and terrible.
All that, everything's cool. Because again, I'm pretty sure they filed for the eviction.
I'm pretty sure of it too.
But
at this point, it really don't matter.
But it could be stopped. But if you leave, they can pull it, and then it won't be on your record or anything like that.
Whether I leave, stay, or go, it don't matter to me as far as Lord. Whether she pushed the button today, whether she pushed it a week ago, whether she pushed it in 2 weeks. My type of situation that I got set up, I'm golden and I can't be touched, but I will be gone in a week. You know what I mean?
That's fine. That's fine. I just don't want. I hate. I've been doing this a long time, and I hate to see people get eviction because it just makes it harder for you to rent somewhere else.
Nah, trust me.
For whatever, I don't even know what happened prior, and to be honest, whatever, man.
If she ain't been getting no money, that means somebody else has been. Just know that. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, if you haven't paid rent, you just haven't paid rent. I mean, it's just. Yeah. It is what it is, man. And I'm not here to judge or anything else. I'm just here to figure out what's going to take to get you to move on. You know what I mean? But I mean, if you're saying you can be out by, ultimately, so Friday or Saturday, I mean, is that?
Nah, a week, like I told you, from a week from whatever today is.
Friday, so it's Friday. So I could come back on Friday and
come back. If I'm still here, I'm still here. I give you a week.
But I mean, but you're ultimately.
I say ultimately I'll be gone, and that's my word. But like I said,
I just met you, so I mean, I'm a.
No, go on. Nug said, look, I said I'm gonna leave in a week. He said, so if I come back next week, you gonna be gone? He said, maybe. If I ain't, then I ain't. And then you gotta wait another week. He said, I'm golden. The way I'm set up right now, I'm golden.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nug Nugs and Bonquishas, what you have just experienced is clear cut, uncut Braddock hoodoo, saying a whole bunch of something and nothing at the same time. He's trying to hold on to his pride. See, he like, I understand you're here to evict me. I understand that, but I'm golden. These are his words. I can't be touched the way I'm set up. I got to figure it out. He like, I got a whole nother Bonquish across town. That's what he mean by that. And what's that last daggone thing he said?
Well, yeah. He ain't got the money. Somebody else got it.
Yeah, that's it. and I'm not broke. He's like, I know my landlord ain't getting money. He said, but if she ain't getting it, just know I'm putting it somewhere else. Brad Akudu, he ain't got
he trying to make it seem like he paid the rent and somebody else got the money. That's what I was thinking. Like, I gave y'all the bread. I don't know who. If she ain't got it, then the other dude took it.
The only point he's trying to get across is he ain't broke. Know that. I know you're here to evict me, Ebony, but I ain't broke.
Yeah, he was heavy with the emphasis on not being broke. But Nug, why didn't you pay your rent? You know, like this is, you know, it's the end of the year and everything. What are you out here doing? And since when do you just get to pick when you leave? Like, you know, when you get evicted, he's talking about I'll be out in a week.
Squatter rights. You got squatter rights since the pandemic.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, right. Squatter rights. I wish. I wish.
Yeah, you got to go, Nug.
That's for the week right there. They don't have a bazooka. You know what I'm saying? Like,
or you got to do different stuff. Like you said, go take the front door off. Start making life uncomfortable.
Right.
Your property.
y'all remember when HQ took the door?
Yeah, that's a real thing.
That was a thing. Yeah, me and Miss X were doing in the heat of our home improvement journey when that was a thing. Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't get an order to take a door off. Dang near. We done definitely showed up. We done showed up to rentals doing repairs. Show up maybe a week later, and the door is gone. They just take, because you go in there if you want to, and the nature coming in with you.
Take your word for it, but I mean, you know, I don't know if whether or not to trust you or not. Obviously.
I mean, whether you trust me, Lori trusts me. I just know she can push whatever button she wants to push. I'll be gone in a week.
Push a button.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
No, that's fine, John, man. Like I said, I'm going to take your word for it, and that's fine. I can come back on Friday, and if you're gone, great. I'll come in and do my thing, as long as you get all your stuff out and everything else, and that's it, man.
All right.
So, all right, man. I won't keep you, and like I said, I'll come back on Friday, and hopefully, you know, I'm going to assume that you're going to be gone. Is that your car, I'm guessing? So if I don't see your car, then...
No, I got a couple different cars, but like I said, you can give me a call at this number, and I'll see you in a week.
I got your number.
You know what I mean?
No, man, that's fine. All right, I'm gonna take your word for it, man. That you'll be out by Friday. I'll definitely follow up, and you know, man, that's fine. They'll be fine with that. Mm-hmm. All right, buddy.
Yep.
Thanks, man.
Oh, we got, hey, John, this is Chuck. I met you last Friday at the property, yada, yada, yada. I was just checking to see if you are still going to be vacant by tomorrow, Friday, 20th. Please let me know as soon as possible. Thank you. All right. There's meaning you shouldn't be contacting me until Saturday. Working on it. Oh, no, said the ninja. If it's Friday and I'm supposed to be moving Saturday, why are you talking to me on Friday? You want me to stay another week? That's what you want, huh?
Pretty much. Nug took an hour to respond just to say that. Nug didn't acknowledge a damn thing he said, just like Bonquisha. This triggers me to my soul. I can't handle this disrespect. If I went out my way to communicate with you and you can't even acknowledge what I said, I won't talk to you ever again. Meaning you shouldn't have even contacted me until Saturday. That's the bet, Nug. Like Raquel said, I'm gonna show up. I'm gonna do you one better. We taking the door off. We taking the windows out. All that.
Yes, why are we stopping at the door, Mr. Walker? Windows are super easy to pop off. Once you get the frame, I put it on my back. I carry it out to the car. Each one you popping off. Let's go. They ain't having nothing. It's not gonna be just one sheet to cover the door. You're going to need 50,000 sheets. And we know you don't got that many bed sheets in your house. So yeah, good luck. We taking windows and doors.
And I might have to show up. You know, I got some pet bats. I might show up my pet bats and actually let them loose in the house. Oh, the bats are everywhere.
Well, here's the deal, though. It will start getting wonky, Ebony. You know, you taking the doors off all this. They still in your property. So they're going to start busting up walls, ripping off cabinets. They don't give a damn about no security deposit at that point. So It can only get worse.
Dang,
You gotta be reasonable. You gotta.
That's true. Because it get worse. They'll start pouring cement down the drains.
Right. Then go back and put the windows back on.
or they can even start, flooding the inside of the apartment. People have done that too. So it's unfortunate for the landlord because he is trying to keep it cool and be reasonable and stuff. And Nug just acting a damn fool. Like he don't care. Like when people are trying to do you a solid, don't act like this, because they're just really trying to look out. And he's, just being all just like, don't contact me till Saturday. Come on, I'm trying to help you out,
He's trying to show him some human decency because he knows it's an embarrassing situation, but he knows he also has to do his job. So listen, hey, John, are you going to be gone? Because I got to come in there and do my job. And I might not be so nice on Saturday. Like, who would be?
This is hell. If you ain't 10 foot tall, you Nug, I know this caliber of Nug. You ain't got nothing for him. All he got is time to get on your nerves.
So now we got to fight when we get there.
Listen, here we go. Pay attention.
Okay.
You still here, man?
Yeah, I am.
What's up?
What's your problem?
I thought you were gonna leave. I thought you said.
Hey, did I sign paperwork or anything else? Have I been evicted or anything else? Right now, what you doing is a fucking problem for me, bro. You came here bamming on my shit yesterday. You bamming on my shit now. By law and right for anything, I ain't gotta go no fucking.
You told me you were gonna leave on Friday.
I said, bro, you start showing up at my shit, bamming on my door like this is a problem for me.
Well, I see you already broke the porch.
Because I don't need nobody going in my shit.
Nobody went in your shit.
Period. Or anything else like that.
Nobody went in your
break
shit.
Nobody went in. You can have that all you want, but by law, you can't come here. I ain't signed no paperwork or nothing.
You told me you were gonna leave.
Fuck what I told you, bro.
You told me you were gonna be out on Friday. Then I texted you and you said Saturday. So I'm here Saturday. So you're playing games now.
I ain't playing nothing. Y'all are playing games.
No, you're playing games.
Have I signed anything?
You told me you were gonna leave on your own.
Do I got a court date or some shit like that?
You told me you were gonna leave on your own.
Do I got a court date?
You want a court date?
You can do whatever you want.
You want to be evicted?
Yeah, sure do.
You want to be evicted?
And until I get a court date, can you not show back up to my shit?
Oh, I mean, I could. This not your shit.
Can you not?
I work for the owner of the property.
I don't care, bro. Dude.
I know you don't care.
If you step foot in my house,
well, you already damaged. Now I see that you damaged the property.
This can be replaced.
You broke it,
day.
but you broke it. You're damaging the property now.
I don't.
Now
care.
you're damaging the property.
Man, dude, I don't care. So call 12, or I can call them. Cause right now I ain't signed shit, and you ain't signed shit. I ain't got nothing in the mail, and I ain't seen Lori, and I ain't talked to Lori, so you can't do nothing to me, bro. I know my fucking rights. Until then, bro, back up and beat it.
You know what, Nug?
And a man just called me and called Trey and said, Trey, they're fishing at the pond. He said, lock them up.
Oh, man.
Lock them up.
We better leave, man.
You better leave, because I can tell you, he just called it on.
This is wicked. Nug is out here like he set tripping, all right, on Crippin' them. He act like he on the prison yard. Like, you gotta calm down.
On GD, folks.
Yeah, all that just come out here like he, like,
he look like designer. Panda.
Yeah, he does.
What did Brad Aku do? See, he beat me to it. So when they first talked, he said, I might leave Friday, I might not. He said all this stuff. That is the bulk of the sick misdirection that is Brad Aku do. You see how he came today? He said, all right, I know what I said last Friday. And here it is, the punchline. Did I sign anything? Ta-da! That was the whole trick. That first time you came, you wasted your time. He just lied to you. And right now he's like, all that conversation, you was here for 15 minutes and I was lying to you the whole time. He said, I ain't signed nothing. So what you gonna do about it?
So you guys, what can he do? Because at the end of the day, this is my property and you need to go. So as the landlord, what can he do to get him out of here? Because look, he's already vandalizing the property and all that. This ain't cool, man. Like, you got to go. You're not paying any rent or anything. You got to get up out of my house.
Well, you have to go to court and file the eviction. Bottom line, you're gonna show up with the eviction, with the sheriff, all that good stuff.
Right.
You know, it's unfortunate they ain't trying to do that. He told them I'm not. They have yet to file the eviction. They just want him to move out. Don't nobody want to go down to the courthouse, have to fill out the paperwork, pay the money, do this, do that, call the sheriff. It's a headache. That's why he told him. He said, dude, just move out before this eviction end up on your record, because now these evictions will be on your credit report almost, and it can be on there for years. And if somebody trying to rent your property, they can look and see if your name is on the list, if you had an eviction, and it's going to make it hard for you to get another property. And that's what he told him. He said, just move out before we file. So
there you go. And Nug know that whole process is a headache to the landlord and homeowner. And Nug don't see this all, brother. We trying to, not, get the eviction on you so you don't have problems in the future. Nug doesn't see that as compassion and understanding. He sees that as weakness. And it shows. He's like, don't file. I'm going to keep lying to you. Keep it up.
Simple as that.
So you're not going to leave?
Man, like I said.
So you're playing games?
I vacate the property when I'm fucking ready.
That's not how it works.
No, it ain't how it works. It's how you doing it. How it works is you doing it the wrong way. That's how that works.
I came here nice and asked you, and you said you'd be gone by Friday.
Like I said.
Now you're going to damage your property.
Like I said.
They're going to evict.
Nice.
They're going to evict.
And like he said, you're doing it the wrong way. That's another thing. A lot of times it's not their first rodeo. So he knows exactly how this works. That's why he told him, call 12. He said, you ain't about to do nothing. If you don't show up with the cops, I know it ain't real. Now, if the cops here, y'all might have some traction. But without the cops and without that sealed stamp letter from the judge, you have no authority over me.
Let's just make it short. Without threat of jail time, Nug ain't moving. There you go. And like you said, he done been around this eviction block before. Plain and simple. If this guy calls 12 and they show up, what is the law enforcement officer going to ask? Do you have an eviction notice? Nope. Nug knows that. He done been here before. And they're going to say, you got to file an eviction, and Nug going to be sitting inside the screen door with his middle finger up. You know.
And what are you going to do? And what are you going to do? What are you going to do? We need him out of here, y'all. What are we doing? We going to file the paperwork and we just going to let the courts handle it? And then we just got to ride by every day?
Right.
Like on Boys in the Hood?
Yes, and we must be more selective to who we rent our places to. We've seen this with people we took care of their properties for. That you become desperate, you need that rent money, and they will throw away all their standards and rent to Bonquisha because they need. Yeah.
We got to sell then, and we got to reinvest in something else because I cannot go through this again. And there's no guarantee it won't be a worse situation.
Right.
Oh.
Right. And you know he doesn't have anywhere to go, or else he would have already left. So he don't have nowhere to go. He's gonna have to find a Bonquisha or somebody.
He's coning his property. How dare he?
Yeah,
Like what? And you're just holding our stick in the hand. Like how we could refurbish that stick. Now we got to go to Home Depot. We got to get the right one. We got to cut it down. Like, that's so annoying.
Here's the deal. It's still physically your property. So don't ever let that be missed on you. Hence, you can go take the damn door off. You can do whatever. And you still own it. You just can't physically remove him because y'all got an agreement that he can stay here. And y'all got to do whatever y'all can do to break it. So you can't get him out, but you can start doing whatever you want to do to your house.
So are we voting to take the door off? Or is that what we're doing if he not getting out? So we gonna take the door off and take his butt to court.
We gotta post something in the page I see because I like this. Now my mind going. There's ways, Miss Raquel, we can get up out of here. I got a couple ways. Little DoorDash situation. Hello, sir. Got your food late night. Yeah, we get up out of there.
I'm down with it. I'll be right there, crunched down right there in that little part that is shaded right there. That's a perfect spot for me. There you go. And I can probably get through that little hole that's right there that he done broke. You know what I'm saying? Get at his legs.
Trying to tell you, look, strange things be happening, y'all. Y'all gotta be frosty out here squatting in folks' houses. Don't know what might happen to you.
Yeah, he's got to go, y'all, or that door has to go. Something's got to give because he can't be. No, you're not paying no rent. You're messing, and no telling what he did inside the apartment. He could have been tearing things up inside. We don't even know, and Brad doesn't even know either because he can't step foot in there. So
we got to get more crafty. Like you got my mind going, Miss Raquel. Like get a drone and get like maybe some, I don't know, some kind of bugs. You gonna take, it's gonna be some collateral damage to some degree, but drop something in there. Like get them, you know what I mean?
Some cicadas or something like that.
Yeah. Something poisonous, bees, hornets.
We just having fun and calm down, man. Like I'm really gonna be standing somewhere in the dark grabbing at somebody's feet. Like it's just a joke. Golly. God.
The shit out of you.
They can evict me all day. I'm waiting on it.
You want eviction?
Why you think she did it? Why you think she?
Because she's trying to be cool.
Because she wrong, man. You see
no,
that
she's
phone
not
right
wrong.
There? I got everything in my phone. She wrong as fuck. This house wrong. I'm waiting on that ass. I'm waiting on you.
I mean, she can evict you,
Why you think she can push that button? I'm waiting. I want her to.
Because that's why I'm here.
Because she gonna fucking lose. That's why. So run
Are you
it.
serious?
Run it, bro.
I've been doing this a long time, dude. I'm telling you right now.
You know the evidence I got on my phone.
Right, what you got, man?
I got against Lori and everything.
What you got?
Run it. Beat it.
What you got?
And that's another thing. That's the other flip of the coin. So we are sitting here acting like this is us. There is a such thing called a slumlord, which is probably what he's dealing with. So these people are not keeping up with the maintenance. He said, I got pictures, I got records. So and shout out to my sister. She dealt with something like this like a year ago where, she wasn't paying, they weren't fixing the place. And I told her put the money in escrow and she did. And you can go to court about it, which I don't know if Nug Nug is doing all this, but nonetheless, he's like, look, the roof leaking. The plumbing ain't working. Something is backed up. Something needs snaked or whatever. The lights don't work in this room. Or I got tickets and they haven't been repairing the house. So I ain't been paying the rent.
Okay, here we go. Like Mr. X said, this is a strategy. However, you don't pay the landlord, but for you to have a leg to stand on, you must put the full amount of your rent in an escrow account. Mm-hmm. That is how you do it. So here we go. Months go by. You still living in your own sewage because they won't come fix the drain, and either you move out and you get your money back, but however, if the landlord comes and corrects all those things, all that money in escrow he gets, but if he never does, then it's yours. So it's a safe way to get result when you got a slumlord, and you can technically wind up living rent free, but you got to play by the rules. There you go.
Right.
Yeah, because this ain't normal. The normal thing to do they wouldn't even send somebody over here. They would have went straight to the courthouse, filed the paper. You can go there after 10 days. After 10 days, they ain't paid you. You can go down to the courthouse and get the paperwork started. You don't have to do any of this. So they're only doing this because they know he got a leg to stand on. All right, man, I know that we ain't fixed the furnace. The furnace been out for a month, whatever the case, right? It's always something, and people don't be fixing these properties, and a lot of people, don't be paying rent.
There you go. And that makes perfect sense as to why he didn't file yet. Because he know Nug Nug probably gonna go to court with pictures and documentation that things ain't up to par, up to code in the house. And yeah, but I don't know. But still yet, he ain't putting money in escrow. You can't just not pay. That ain't gonna fly either. So they both just wrong. Possibly.
Man.
You want to be evicted and go live in East Cleveland?
Call 12.
You want to go live in East Cleveland?
Call 12, bro. Beat it.
You gonna go live in East Cleveland?
What's wrong with you?
Well, what the fuck is wrong with you? So you're just a game. You're full of shit.
Hey,
you told me where you at, Mailbox Sports. I'm guessing East Cleveland is the hood, and I'm guessing this may be a nicer part of town. And this white man is telling this black man, "You want me to move you back to the hood? You want to go back to East Cleveland, ninja?"
It's like he's gonna banish him to East Cleveland. Like, does he have that kind of power? Who is this guy? Now I'm on the side of Nug Nug all of a sudden. I feel like I want to root for the underdog. Like, what? Do you want to go back to East Cleveland? How dare you say that? That's a step too far.
Let's see. What's East Cleveland? AI states that East Cleveland consistently reports some of the highest crime rates in the United States, particularly for violence and property crimes. It is often cited as having one of the highest deletion rates in the nation when compared to communities of all sizes. So yeah, I guess East Cleveland is like one of the 7 circles of hell. So hey,
isn't that where Bone is from? Bone Thugs and Harmony. I think they're from that area. If I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Charles, y'all.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, there you go. Meet you at the crossroads is in East Cleveland.
Right.
So that's where they at. And white man told him, "You want me to send you to East Cleveland?" That's crazy.
He sounded like Chris Tucker.
That's East Cleveland. Uncle Charles.
You told me straight you were going to be out by Friday.
Hey, call 12 or I will.
Call 12. What's 12?
Like I said.
What's 12?
Matter of fact.
I don't understand what 12 is. All I know is you're damaging her property, though.
Hey, her damage well done before that.
All right, I'll let her know you're damaging it. I'll tell her to go file Monday.
She can file. What about all the mold there? I hope she do.
I mean, you haven't paid rent, dude. You violated your lease.
Exactly.
You violated your lease.
Exactly. No, that bitch violated her lease a long time ago.
How so?
Which is exactly why I happened.
Well, tell me, man.
So
tell me how she violated it.
Tell her to push her button. Why she think she sent you over here nicely to ask me to leave because she don't want to because she about to lose. Run it. Fuck wrong with you, bro. Beat it.
How's she gonna lose?
Right now, you
tell me. I'm just curious. Tell me, how's she gonna lose?
Right now, you invading my privacy, bro.
No, I'm not invading your privacy. You lied, man. You're playing games, dude.
Get the fuck on is what you can do.
Don't run up on me, dude. You don't need to run up on me, dude.
You can beat it.
I'm on the sidewalk now.
You can beat it, bro.
I'm on the sidewalk.
That's what you can do.
I'm on the sidewalk.
Hey, I'm at 13510 Sherry Avenue. I got an unknown white male.
I'm not unknown. You know exactly who I am.
At Cleveland, Ohio. Okay. You can beat it, bro.
Call it cops.
You can beat it, bro.
Tough guy.
You can beat it.
Tough guy.
Here
go a tough guy right here.
Hey, like
You're being recorded, brother.
I'm on the phone with Claude.
That's fine.
With the police, bro.
Yeah, go ahead, man. I'll leave.
I know male at my house.
No, you're not.
He showed up yesterday. He's banging on my door.
I work for the landlord. I work for the landlord.
Police at 13510.
Whatever.
He said he worked for them. I ain't never seen.
I work for the landlord. I came here and talked to you last week, dude. Stop lying and wasting the police time.
Property, please. He's banging on my door.
Where running?
I don't know, but I
Why are you leaving him?
So all
Bye.
town and country.
That's fine. We'll evict you. We'll evict you, dude. We'll evict you legally.
And there you go. What do y'all mean why leaving? You can't just show up. We've been talking about it the whole time. You can't just show up and tell them to get out. There is a process. Y'all signed a lease. Y'all have an agreement. Only way to break it, it's a legal thing. Like
I was just coming over there to fix.
With a car. If your car is being repoed, a car salesman is not about to show up to your door and say, "Give me the keys back." There is a process. A repo man is going to show up with a tow truck. It's a whole process. They ain't about to come knock on the door and punch you in the face and take the keys. It don't work like that. So that's why he walking away, because they are in the wrong. He said, "Okay, fine. We'll evict you the legal way." Like y'all should have did. Y'all tried to intimidate him.
Bingo. And they gave Nug a leg to stand. Nug all proud because Nug like, y'all wrong. He's like, I got y'all in the wrong. Y'all not following proper protocol, policies, and procedures. That's why he's so buck. And then Brad got in this town and country and left. Nug, this is a victory. Nug, no, you can't tell Nug-ish. He about to go and rant to his Nug compadres. Yeah, I told that white man. Yeah, he can't evict me. I know my rights. Oh, he got off on this.
They gonna get the last laugh, because once they do file the eviction paperwork, that eviction is gonna stay on your record for the next 5 to 7 years, maybe 10 years. And now once they do evict you and you try to go rent somewhere else, you flagged, and now you can't. And then you end up having to move in with Bonquisha, and you at her mercy. So this won't end well. You get the first laugh now, cry later.
When Brad show up with the deputy, sheriff, or whatever, constable, and with them new shiny door locks, Brad gonna get off. He gonna say, "Hey, I'm not talking to you. Get out." Talk to Johnny Law. He gonna sit there and replace the door locks right in front of his face.
Yeah, because all he's doing is biding himself more time or whatever. But did you guys hear he was saying that there's mold and stuff all in the house? You don't want to stay there. That can mess up your lungs and your insides. You can't be inhaling all that stuff. It's not good for you. So he needs to be thinking about leaving that place, and ain't no telling what else is going on with that apartment. He needs to get out while he still can.
Sister Ebony, he don't mind that for real. See, like I said, he is aware that he going to move into a slumlord's place and finding mold and leaks and stuff like that. They know they can live there rent free. He ain't going nowhere. He know he has a leg to stand on. He may not be putting his money in escrow, but he like, I know I can stay here, with these situations for at least 2 to 3 months rent free. So he happy.
A lot of it's ignorance. So like you said, we sitting up here with all our knowledge. Granted, this is pure ignorance is what we are looking at. So he don't know what mold can do to him, or he ain't think about any of that. It's normal.
So he gets 3 months.
Well, no, I'm just saying he can keep finagling this, and they can keep trying to intimidate him. And this could take months and months. I do believe after you filed eviction, I do believe that's when the clock starts, and that could take 90 days.
Right.
Depending on the state, yeah.
Yeah, so for that, we're gonna put Nook Nug in a pit.
Free rent.
Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me? Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
Yeah, man, Mr. X done seen it all, boy. Yeah, them folks, like I said, ignorance, but free rent, if you will.
And shout out to EV says it's sad we can't help our own with second chances.
It is most unfortunate.
Right.
And he says, cue the Cleveland song, We're Not Detroit.
I don't think I heard that.
And Tabitha says, landlord broke and Nug Nug broke.
Bingo.
And that's typically what you get. That's why, a lot of these big corporations are buying up all the property, but even they, can be slummish or delinquent, because they got so much going on. They don't got enough people to work on all their houses. So
that's it. Just seen it.
But nonetheless, here we go. We're going from that to this. Welcome to Atlanta. All right. We talk about joy and pain, the real state of the community. Here we go.
We home, Raquel.
Since the 1950s, Atlanta has been the gem in the South that has allowed Black Americans from all across the country to experience liberty, economic freedom, and success. And with colleges like Clark Atlanta, Morehouse, Morris Brown, and Spelman, it's also the epicenter of Black academic success. And because Atlanta had all of this going on, many people always thought it was cool to be there. But it wasn't until the 1990s, in the rise of Outkast, that Atlanta became an epicenter for hip hop and fashion, and then later on the entertainment industry, that people started to take Atlanta and its metro regions very seriously. And that's exactly what happened. Many people just started to move to the ATL. Atlanta became known for the parties, y'all remember the Freaknik, the cheap housing, good paying jobs, and a developed metro area. And if you were somebody who was in the entertainment industry, for example, you can make money in Atlanta in ways you would not be able to make in a city like Sacramento or San Diego. And this is what happened. So people came there, and they still kept coming and kept coming and kept coming up until.
I think when you live up north, you have this idea that living in the South is so much cheaper. Like, you hear that, like, you can buy a house in the South, it's so much cheaper than the North. And it's only going to get more expensive because people are always coming here, moving here. I get it. People will say, we full. But I just think rent prices are rising, like the cost of living is increasing, whether you move to Georgia, whether you move to Texas. I just think the South is a hot spot, so the cost of living is.
So this lady apparently moved from the East Coast to Atlanta, and she's been there for a year, and she thought that the South was cheap, but she's finding out that Atlanta is expensive.
So we'll stop it here. We just got through with that eviction video, and Atlanta's facing a real problem right now with the renters and the cost of living. And like I said, everybody moving there, and, people really can't afford to live right now as far as rent. It's a real thing.
We talked about this before, Mr. X1 show way back. We remember the great migration to ATL. There was a time where a lot of black folks were hell-bent. A lot of melanated sisters, I got to be clear, a lot of sisters were hell-bent on migrating to ATL for a greater life. Shout out to my sister. I've seen so many of them, and a lot of them did. And maybe the rent was cheaper during that time. Times change, huh? And last year's rent is not today's rent. You didn't evolve, you didn't find a man, you didn't get a better job or career position. Now it's come back to bite you. Unfortunate.
And we have seen this before. Shout out to Brother Marcus on the ATL Street interviews, right? You see all the women, the out-of-town chicks. I ain't from here, but now I'm living on the streets because I can't afford to live here, Raquel.
Yeah, Atlanta, I mean, listen, it's Black excellence here. We don't stop progressing and trying to learn. We don't complain about the cost of living. We much appreciate that the cost is going up, because now the real is being able to be separated from the fake. And with all of these dusties and crusties and musties not being able to afford the cost of living here, they will scurry on back to where they came from. And then Atlanta will be back to its grand standing.
Don't you try to blame ATL's madness on implants. Y'all
Hey, most of the time, y'all just said, they say that they moved down here. You know, like it's different. But yeah, don't move down here and think that it's slow, we're cheap, it's less expensive. No, it's actually really expensive. But y'all know that when y'all get off the airplane, you can tell that this isn't a rinky-dink city. And when you come down to Atlanta, you can tell that it's going down. And when I say it's going down, it's not like, you know, Magic City Mondays, but apply that to everything. The mall, when you go to a steakhouse, like these people are balling. People that look just like you, they're not slowing down, they're speeding up. So we don't, yeah, it's unfortunate, but yeah, don't come down here thinking that we're slow and dumb and that you're just going to be down here living off the hog in a very cheap way. No, I mean, I don't know what's less than a $1,500 rent down here. I don't know where you can live. You know, I don't even know if $1,500 gets you an apartment anymore in Atlanta. I haven't rented in a while, but yeah. Good luck to people thinking that they're going to be just like this girl.
Now, this is interesting, depending on who you talk to.
There is nothing more humbling than being a Black girl in Atlanta. The upkeep alone has to be over $2,000. I was at work today and I work at a cafe in Midtown, and the amount of Spelman girls that come in, when I'm telling you Marc Jacobs tote on deck, Telfar bag on deck, fresh French tip nails.
This is a lady who has a normal job. She works in Midtown at a cafe, and she always notices, you know, these young Black women who go to Spelman. They're rich, $1,000 a month to keep their upkeep up. So she's talking about all of this affluence and wealth that's in the city. But I kind of want to go back to the Atlanta or ATL is expensive part, because this is part of the problem with what's happening in Atlanta. Number one, everybody is moving to Atlanta for an opportunity in something, whether it's entrepreneurship, whether it's the entertainment industry. And what's happening is, because Atlanta has been getting 60,000 new residents a year across the metro, the supply of new housing, especially affordable housing, hasn't kept up. Why? Well, these people who are coming in, well, let's talk about them, right? You have 60,000 new residents per year coming across the metro. So if you're a developer, you're going to prefer luxury apartments, okay? And construction costs have risen sharply since 2020. And we know that because materials are more expensive. They have to pass that cost on to the customer, which is, in this case, your ass. Now, let's talk about people moving from their previous states to Atlanta, okay? Now, I know that there's the OG Cali picnic or something like that happens every year. You got a whole bunch of people coming from Cali, right? Now, if you're from New York, Cali, DC, I'll just mention those, or somewhere in the New Jersey area where, you know, DMV, you're selling your house for a lot more money, especially if you're coming from California, New York. You sell your house. You come in buying your house cash, right? What happens is the people who are locally from Atlanta, if they're not balling, they're going to have a hard time competing with you for a price. I remember seeing real estate agents just 2 years ago. People were overpaying for houses in Atlanta by like $200,000, and they had money cash, right? So what happens is it pushes up, 1, home prices, 2, property taxes, and of course, it pushed up the rental rates. Now, let's get back to the rental rates because, again, some of these people who are coming in from Atlanta.
First of all, that's just wild. So like you said, when you got people moving in from New York and Cali and they selling their property, if I sold my house in New York for, $900,000 and I moved to Atlanta and buy a house for $250,000, whatever, $300,000, even if the house is only worth $220, I'm going to pay $300 because I got it.
I ain't mad at it. Shout out to folks that make smart decisions. That's what's up. Shout out to the implants, Miss Raquel Rose. They came in
at 300 sounds pretty good to me because your ass got in. You know what I'm saying? You use that $300,000 to get you a $500,000 to $700,000 home in just a few years. Hunker down, pay your bills. Like this is not new. Like this happened throughout the 80s and the 90s, and we always go through these ebbs and flows with the economy. But the point of the matter is, 1, don't be house poor. Don't come down here with eyes big and wide and get the biggest thing of what because the underwriter will tell you the top amount that they'll underwrite you for, but you don't go for that amount. You say, you know what? I'm gonna do half of that, and when I'm ready, when I can afford the big $4,000, $5,000 mortgage, then I'll go and get that house that I really truly want. You feel what I'm saying? Like we do things down here in baby steps. We do high, low. Y'all think we're a designer from head to toe, and it's maybe a couple of designer pieces we got on. Y'all got it all messed up. I pay my mortgage. I literally just paid my mortgage while we were on the phone on the last episode when we were talking about designer. I was like, let me go ahead and do that right now before I end up on the streets. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a couple of days early, but, shouts out to y'all for making sure I keep my focus head on the swivel at all times. But no, like, I think it's sad because I hear the same things about girls moving out to LA. They come back within 3 to 4 months, and they come back in shambles with high amounts of car debt because they were out there trying to hang and roll with the girls out there in LA. Atlanta is starting to become like that. And it's just because we have to separate ourselves from the riffraff. So we got to do more and more. And those Spelman girls, those are the young girls in the grocery store with me on Sunday. They're not shopping at Piggly Wiggly. They're shopping in the farmer's market. They're hunting. They're hunting for husbands. Okay. So yeah. Them little Spelman girls, I can see where they could be very intimidating because they are down to the not like fly, very educated, very Black excellence. So yeah.
Yeah, and I think what did they say the stats were? It's like 20 women to 1 man down in ATL. So there's all these women down there trying to compete for a husband and, trying to do all that, thinking that they're going to move there just to find a man. And there's an influx of women down there. So before you go off and you buy your house and do all that, you got to meet somebody first and make it happen. And a lot of people are moving down there, and also Houston is another city that's becoming very popular. So I could see how this is happening, but if you don't have a plan and stuff, it can totally backfire. And Raquel, what you said about LA and stuff is right. I know my sister, she lives in Beverly Hills. She has a 1-bedroom apartment, and she spends over $5,000 just for an apartment every single month. And it's crazy. I mean, just 1 bedroom, 1 bath, nothing fancy or anything. So yeah, it's, the market is crazy. And if you are not ready, it can eat you up alive for sure. So You have to plan for all that, because if you're
You do.
single and trying to make it happen and stuff, it can really put you under if you're not prepared.
Shout out to Raquel talking about not being house poor. There you go. Yeah, she said, take half of what the underwriter, authorized to shoot. We took a quarter, man. Shout out to not being house poor. You will be thankful in the long run.
If it was just me and I didn't have anybody and I didn't want to rent anymore, I would have totally done that, just because like you don't what do you call it? Overextend yourself. Like, yeah, you don't do that.
Amen.
And shout out to Uncle Tall. He says they finally kicked out the DC squatter.
Is that a notorious squatter?
And he also dropped 25 in the cash out. Says, what's good, SPC, ladies and gents? Yeah, that squatter lady, I seen y'all dropped it in the Patreon. I didn't keep up with it. Like I said, I heard about it. I seen it on my timelines and stuff. But she finally got, like I said, more of what we talking about. She was squatting in the house.
How long was she in there? The notorious DC squatter. That's crazy.
She was egregious, y'all. She had a nonprofit organization that she called Love. And she was just, I think it was Jason Black that was talking about how it was like woman on woman violence, because it was a Black woman who was the owner of the property, and it was the DC squatter is also a Black woman, and her whole nonprofit was about love and light and all of this stuff, but she was dragging that lady through the mud about her property, like doing all kinds of stuff to hide the fact that like you have to put a sign on the property that says a squatter is living here, or you have 30 days to vacate or something like that. She covered the sign. The police had to cut the sheet that she had hanging over it. She was doing what Designer was doing in the last video, talking egregious through the door. And she had a child living there under those circumstances. It was just, she was really bad, y'all. That's why you saw it so much, Gavin, because it was so much coming out about her.
That's
the
crazy.
Reporter in DC was just like, she has a nonprofit. And it was bad.
And shout out to Uncle Tall. Like I said, they finally got her out 10 months later. Like, you got to be careful. Different cities and states have different laws. And there are squatters' rights in some of these places where people got the right to squat. Just got to be up on it.
There you go. Be up on your state's, rental laws if you are a landlord. That's the best you can do.
Are not from Atlanta. And then you get this.
Yes, let's talk about it. So I stay in Atlanta, Georgia. I stay in Midtown. I make $20 an hour and it's still not enough. You need to make 3.5 times the rent. So you basically need to make $40 an hour to live out here. When I went to go look at apartments, the leasing office, a couple of them told me that I can only afford apartments that are $1,100 and lower. And the prices for apartments in Atlanta now are $1,400. So I can't afford nothing, nowhere. Luckily, the apartments that I stay in right now are in the city of Atlanta, and they're based on incomes. But the based on income apartments are all taken up by people that make more than enough to afford other apartments. It's just these are more cheaper, so why not?
All right, so this is a lady. She stays in Atlanta, but she admits she is in a low income apartment. All right. She's making $20 an hour and she can't afford to move. Now, the people that are in her apartment are just staying there. They can afford to live somewhere else, but why would they do that when they get to stay there? Okay. And then let's talk about corporate expansion and new jobs. Now, don't get me wrong. Tyler Perry Studios is there and other people are there too, right? But you also have Microsoft, Google, Airbnb, Visa, MailChimp, Norfolk Southern. They're high paying tech and corporate jobs, bringing in higher earners into the Atlanta metro area. So if you want to make more money, you need to be more skilled. But the problem is, the more of these big companies come.
Let's talk about it, O'Shea. It ain't about Bonquisha making more money. Shout out to Ebony. It's about getting under instruction. All right. She's sitting here like, I'm making $20 an hour and that ain't enough. I got to be making 40. No, you don't. You need a man that's making about 25, 30 to go with your 20. It's not this complex. All right, y'all making this complicated. If you want to be alone, living on the streets, go ahead. But you don't have to make $50 an hour, Bonquisha. You just need a man, and you just need to shut your mouth. But y'all don't want to do that.
I find it to be absolutely amazing and hilarious how, as time goes on, God rest his soul, the Godfather Kevin Samuels' voice starts to resonate louder and louder. Yes, you can, y'all boss chicks afford to really live alone how y'all claim y'all can with y'all strong, independent selves? The answer is no. She says she got to be making at least $40 an hour. You got to live in the projects wherever you at. You got to, man, you go from being alone, strong and independent, living in the projects, to cooperating with a man, getting some love and affection, and living, a lower middle class lifestyle. That quick. Amazing.
Right. And that just goes along with competing. There's women down there that's 20 women to one man, and you have to go down there and compete if you want to get a man. So I don't know, that lady, it doesn't maybe look like she was doing that, or just, trying to go around the idea. Ladies, we need men, and like you guys said, it's not that difficult, but you have to be up under some instruction and make your life easier. Like, why wouldn't you want to make your life easier? I just don't understand that strong, independent don't need a man. No, you do need a man, and you need one just to survive. Like, times are hard, and you can't just be out here like this. So go down there and compete, and meet your man and figure it out. So
They can't do it, Sister Ebony Dean. I believe these sisters really could cohabitate with a man, they would, but they mama and them didn't set them up to do so.
That part. And like she said, these rents, you got to make 3 times the rent, your income. A lot of these places, if it's $2,000 a month, you got to make $6,000 a month. All right, that's $72,000 a year just to live in a $2,000 a month apartment. So you see what I'm saying? You could just start doing the math. So come on.
I didn't live out there until I had a man. So it's just when I had my own apartment, I was on the outskirts of Atlanta, and you could definitely find an apartment that's nice for $1,100 on the outskirts of Atlanta. You don't have to be in Midtown. That's premium location. That's chef's kiss. That's every restaurant at your fingertips. Of course, it's going to be expensive out there. Come on now. And like I said, I didn't move out to Buckhead until I had a man. And that was just to really see, like, do this man really want me? You know what I'm saying? Will we be able to live in Buckhead? That's the thing I always wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we could do that. Then we could do anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. You're so right. You need a man. Certain things you need a man for. You just do. And, I'm sorry, but what is $20 an hour going to do in Midtown? It's not going to do much. And I don't live out there. I also don't live out there. I shop out there, and I want to be out there. I want to be off of Wyuka. Anybody live in Atlanta know what I'm talking about when I say I want to live off of Wyuka Road. Now, come on now. That's where I'm trying to get to. But where am I at? Somewhere in big ass Gwinnett County. Close, but not too far away. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. They want to be rich with living on $20, making $20 an hour. You can't be rich and make $20 an hour. You can't have what the rich people have. And if the rich people are banking off of the system, meaning people that live here and they make well over the amount, well, if people are getting food stamps and don't really need them, then people are going to take advantage of ways they can live next to their job. Because they're doctors, they're lawyers, their apartments. Yes, Mr. Walker. That's where I'm trying to be, off of Wyuka. Yes.
That's Wyuka. That's what I typed in, Wyuka Road, Atlanta, and that's the house that popped up. $2 million. Oh, wow.
That's where I want to be. Cardi B ain't even over there. Even Cardi B is a little bit outside of the perimeter, right, y'all? Because her mansion, or Offset's mansion, is over there in Dunwoody. So that's Sandy Springs. So that's not even Midtown. So even Cardi B can't afford to really own a home in Midtown. So what is Bonquisha doing there with $20 an hour? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. trying to keep up with the roses.
So there we go. That's a good point.
Listen, y'all coming to my barbecue at Wayuka, okay?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And shout out to Classy. He says, Ebony Dean, the patriarchy needs to be defeated.
Mm-hmm.
You mean the matriarchy?
There you go. Yeah, we the P is for the men. Yeah, I mean, I just learned that too. Or what you saying, Classy? You against us, Classy?
Typo. And shout out to Rakim in the Cash App. He says, fly frames, Ebony Dean, glowing per usual. What's up, Raquel Rose?
Appreciate you.
Shout out to you. So here we go. I'm gonna let this keep going. Hit the like button.
Into an area, all right, the higher these rents are going to be. For example, I live in Kampala, Uganda, and then I have my buddy who lives in Nairobi, Kenya. Nairobi, Kenya has these same companies: Microsoft, Google, Facebook, companies like that are in Nairobi city center, and it's not here. So the rents are going to be higher in those parts in comparison to like where I live at, right? Because they can afford to pay it, and if you know that company is not here, that cannot be there. And so now you also have these big time. The Atlanta Beltline has also turned like some of these low cost neighborhoods into hotspot. Like I got a homeboy who bought a house on the West End like 8 years ago. That house is worth a lot more money now, but that was considered low cost neighborhood, the hood. Not anymore. All right. Now you get all of these people investing, moving in first. And then now here's what the real problem is. These big firms like BlackRock, who's like the biggest financial firm out there. If you guys have heard of like Fidelity or Charles Schwab, BlackRock is bigger than all of them. So what's happening is them and other private equity groups, they just come in and buy tens of thousands of Metro Atlanta homes, and they've done it after 2008 crash. They hold on to them and then they turn them into rentals and just keep raising the rates aggressively. All right. These property tax hikes, and you get Atlanta becoming a lifestyle city like LA, like Miami. And then what happens is it's down bad, right? But then what happens is,
one made me grateful that I'm here surviving, but two, it also made me realize like a lot of people are struggling behind closed doors, and it's just rough for everybody. Everybody's penny pinching, everybody's, denying themselves certain luxuries. Like it's really, really hard out here, and who knows when it's going to get better.
So this lady is talking about,
that's part of the problem. She's talking about we out here denying ourselves luxuries. What luxuries did your grandmama and them have? We can't take these leaps and bounds in one generation. Maybe my grandkids gonna have plenty luxuries, but right now we got to sacrifice and continue to do so until we get there. But y'all want this stuff prematurely, and it's crazy.
Thank you, Miss X. Yeah, no, I'm always getting on this. Our generation, for some reason, for multiple reasons, refuses to practice delayed gratification. Like Mr. X just said, we're going to continue to work hard so that our children can experience certain luxuries we can only dream of. We want a little bit of slice of the pie too, but golly, denying themselves of luxuries. Y'all get on my nerves. That's so impoverished. Back in the day, they actually established the leisure class, the working class, and the poor. Now they just want us all to believe it's all just a mishmash, and it's not. Still, like, you want to live a luxurious life, you must earn your leisure. It don't come by default. It don't come just because you moved to ATL. It don't come just because you want it. You must put forth the effort and pain. God dang it, leisure takes discomfort.
Yes. So yeah, you might be the one who prepared a meal, right? You might go do the shopping. You might cook the food, and you're going to smell it. You're like, this food smells good. I want to taste it. But you might not get to taste it. Your kids and your grandkids might get to eat on it, but you prepared the meal for them.
That's part of being a parent, huh? That is the sacrificial part of this human journey, especially when you're a parent. They just don't get it. I get that they don't get it.
So this lady is talking about that there's 70,000 evictions that were filed. This was just not too long ago. And then this.
You can't do anything out here. You can't find a car, can't find a decent job, you can't pay your wages. It's just like, it's always something.
She mentions here that it's hard to get a job, hard to get a car, and these rates keep going up. But wait.
As an unmarried mother of 3 living in the city of Atlanta, let's go over exactly how much it costs to live. Number 1, you have rent. That's approximately $2,800 a month. Then you have your utilities, which includes gas, light, water, and internet. All that totals to about $600 a month. Next, I have our cell phone bills. That ends up being about $250 a month. My personal car note is $800 a month, and I pay about $200 a month for insurance.
This is an unmarried mother of 3 kids.
Listen, this King Auntie, some of them women down there are boss chicks, quote unquote, right? So there are some women that got money and they can afford, but are they saving for the future? I think they spending it all today to live like we talking about. They want to cook the meal and they want to taste it now. They'd be damned if they don't get to taste this meal because it smelled too good.
I often poke fun at my lovely wife. I say, you tripping, babe. I say, you supposed to have your S-Class out front. I say, what you doing? Why you got your S-Class with your boss self? And because we on the same accord. But these numbers be driving me crazy. She talking about her rent or whatever, $2,500. When we did have a car note mortgage and 2 car notes, $2,800. When we did have car notes, oh my goodness, mortgage, 2 car notes under $2,000. She talking about her car note for 1 was a rack with the insurance. Y'all living wonky, man. That is insane. You ain't got to try to keep up with the Joneses and the Roses and the Jetsons.
But I would say, I'll let you go, Ebony. This is the other flip of the coin. So you get the women like her on the screen. She ain't complaining. These are the women flexing. These are the women that the other people trying to be like, keep up. You know, she might not be the richest person, but she's like, look, I can afford. I'm a single mom. She up here peacocking. I'm a single mom of 3. I can afford all this. But yeah, when the bottom fall out, it's gonna fall out.
Right. And you know, you have to be saving up for that rainy day. You can't just spend it all as fast as you make it, you know, like you guys talking about downsizing and that's where a man comes in because they can help you think logically and hey, maybe you don't need the $800 car payment and that, you know, maybe you can go get like a $400 car or something. Like men will be that a voice of reasoning for you. So you definitely need that because you never know what can happen. And with this wonky, it's all the economy is all wonky right now. Like you just never know what can happen. And all it takes is for you to lose your job or something happens. And then, you know, what are you going to do next? Because you're spending it just as fast as you make it. So got to think about that too. And ladies, you need men around for this particular reason. So she's a mother of 3. We don't know how old the kids are. We don't know if they're working or whatever, but yeah, just get up under some instruction, man. Like it'll be so much easier for you. Like I just, they don't see it. The women don't see it.
They can't. Look at this sister. She most likely work as hard as 2 to 3 grown men. This is a boss chick. She hard and bitter. She's not ever pleasant. Right. So they can't, Sister Ebony. They can't get under man's instruction because they are the man. I mean that respectfully for her.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah, get that money, money. Gotta get that money, money. And I'm going to get it. And it won't stop, and it don't stop, and it won't stop. You know what I'm talking about?
Shout out to the Do Better podcast with Theo Coop. Come through sponsoring the show with a 50 ball. He says, Happy New Year's, Carpet for the Horse Productions. Ebony Dean, Smell the Roses. I see y'all.
Shout out to the mother-loving General Theo Coop and the squad and squadettes. Shout out to Gooch Central.
Shout out to brother Theo. Come through sponsoring the show.
Appreciate you.
Now is what are you going to do with all this money?
I'm going to reinvest my money into the community.
Oh, that's a very nice gesture. What were you saying?
Psych.
Brother Chappelle. Yeah, he did that stand-up recently. He was up there wilding. I'm sure Ebony Dean was watching it like, yeah, this is crazy.
I watched it last week. It was good. Me and my son watched it together. He enjoyed it too. So yeah, Dave Chappelle, he came through with another comedy show. It was good.
I gotta check him out.
Yeah.
So shout out to Theo, come through.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
No.
Here we go. Atlanta.
Having all of these expenses every month. Like, I'm a single guy. I make a pretty good income. I could technically afford to pay $2,800 a month. My rent is not even 30% or 40% of that. I lived in Poland when I was making the most money of my life. And at that time, I had to be paying no more than $700 a month for my rent. And you're talking about a woman that's spending $2,800 in a month. And when you add up all of these people that are talking about the problems in Atlanta, you notice one thing. They're all women. Woo! Fast forward. When you see all of these problems that are happening in these cities, Miami, Atlanta, and you have these women who are living in these cities, going to these cities if they're from a smaller town, they're trying to get an opportunity, whether that's a relationship opportunity or industry opportunity. And for whatever reason, if that industry opportunity doesn't make it, well, then it forces them into, the working class. I was watching one video of a young lady who she had moved back to Liberia, and she had a child, and then now they're back living in Atlanta, and she was afraid because she didn't understand. The job market was different, and so a lot of these women don't have men, okay, and they don't have families, and they're in a city in which they're seeing so many women out here pretending to have money, but the reality is
Atlanta is one of these places that you can look like you have money. Because, baby, half of these people up here don't have a damn dime, but they look good.
Yeah, a lot of these people are broke, all right? Like, they have new cars, they have new things, and you're literally being influenced by people that don't have anything, and you are not making a lot of money. You're busting your ass to ends meet, and you're struggling in a city.
That's why people are being preyed upon right now by the Kundras and them selling y'all courses, standing in front of Bentleys like, hey, look what I got. You want one? Hey, come buy this course. You can get one too. We are right now, it's a lot of predatory stuff going on because people are struggling and they want to get rich quick. So they like, look, I'm going to spend this I'm going to go with Peach McIntyre and them and take these courses and try to figure out how to get rich. And it's like, look, you think Peach about to teach y'all how to put her out of business or Kundra or anybody else? They ain't.
If you ask me, this is going to go down as one of the most egregious times in social media history. This moment, like you said, where it's all this predatory get rich quick schemes. It's unfortunate and it's shameless today. Like they ain't even trying to hide it. Like I said it before, some of these wicked sales pitches sounds like the old 90s infomercials. The old used car salesman kicking tires. Come on, you can get in you something fancy too. It ain't gonna cost you much, just your soul.
And a lot of people just can't afford to buy. So people say, well, why are they renting? Why would you pay $2,800 a month to rent? Couple factors, right? A lot of people don't mess their credit up. So they can't go to the bank and get that loan to go buy the house. So they're victim to being renters. Or they just can't come up with the down payment, for the house that they want. So I can live in this house, but I can't afford to buy it because I ain't got $50,000 for a down payment, or whatever the case may be. So it's a lot of variables, but
a lot too many of these sisters, especially during the Great Migration to ATL, they literally moved into one of these places and had no mid to long-term plan to stay there. Then again, this is where coming up on instruction falls into play. When you sit there with a good man, a real man, and you say, hey, we're going to move to ATL, that man going to sit there and say, okay, and you're going to go through all the factors. What happens if you lose your employment? Will we still, you see what I'm saying? Will we still be able to maintain a respectable standard of living if one of us or the one sole person providing loses their income? These conversations must be had. You can't move like these single women move to ATL and the Kundras. Like, oh, everything's going to go well. They hope and plan for the best. That's wicked work.
I agree. And shout out to Nais. Says, greetings all. I'm so glad I'm good with average.
Appreciate you, Miss Nais. That part.
Yeah, as far as the rest of these women, I mean, maybe Glaze Galaxy, you can always sell cheeks to pay rent.
Big facts. Sell all the cheeks you wanna.
Yeah, that's something men can't do. Nug can't sell meat. Bonquisha, y'all got it too easy.
For the most part, true, yeah.
I'm not gonna say nothing, but I mean, listen, you out here, you making videos about how you can't pay your rent and stuff. And old girl here, she right. You know, there are a lot of people that aren't living what they looking like. You know, that's a lot that's out here. But for the most part, like, those people aren't living in Midtown. You know what I mean? They're not living in Midtown, and they're, you know, red flags that, you know, there are people like that in every town that are kind of like faking it till they make it. And, you know, I've seen a lot of fake it to make it people actually come up here in Atlanta. And I'm always being teased, you know, that I'm not.
There's a lot, the majority.
No, it's not the majority. It's not the majority. I've probably seen like about, you know, between like my husband's age group and my age group, I would say probably about 2 handfuls of people. I know a lot. I went to 3 different schools out here. Like, I know a lot of people. Like, I you know, from like sports or shapewear, you know, or selling their dirty panties, because, you know, shout out to them. Those are rapper girlfriend people, but they did come out here and make a grip, though. Say what you want about Jada Wada, like, they're not out here complaining about not being able to pay their rent. So it's like, you need to go where you can afford to be. Like, this ain't what you want out here, because a lot of us are not faking it. A lot of us are, you know, we had a good Christmas. We were out shopping, you know, and we're still able to pay our rent today. You know, like, you got to apply yourself out here. Mediocre is not going to cut it. $20 an hour is not going to cut it out here. Not for what you're seeing. If that's what you want, then $20 an hour is not going to make it. It's not going to make it. And she's right. $40 an hour will get you in. That's true. That's true. And a lot of us had to scrape to get to there, you know, like, but that, and we're scraping to get to 50, and we're scraping to get to 60. You know what I mean? And I'm not the type of person that'll sell you a shapewear. You know, that's not my thing. Like, there are some boss chicks here in Atlanta that tease me because I'm not down with that program. You know, I'm not gonna sell y'all. I wouldn't attach my name to a shapewear because I'm naturally skinny. I feel like that is like demonic to do something like that. You know, like, it's almost like I'm the perfect size and I go out and I share the shapewear.
Well, that's the scheme. Yeah, you ain't fitting into the scheme. Yeah.
I can't do that, Mr. Walker. And people tease me because I can't do that. I would be the perfect person. I would look so dope in the shapewear at the gym, you know, with all my little weird, you know, wonky Amazon stretch pants on with the little thing, the ruching in the booty. Like, I could do that. Y'all don't think I could boom if I started doing YouTube videos like that in a shapewear? You know, but I can't do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that to people and sleep well at night. That's wrong. That's wrong.
Honorable.
Yeah, I try to stay that way, but yeah, she's right. People do really perpetrate a way of living, faking it till you make it, trying to be like the Joneses. I don't think it's worth it. And we're going to see, you know, it's going to be embarrassing here in Atlanta as we move into 2026, because what we're about to see right now, we're looking at renters complaining. But there was just a big bubble of a whole bunch of people that went out and bought big houses, you know, and a lot of us, you know, were threatened with a government furlough. Lots of us lost our jobs. So that means exactly what Mr. Walker said earlier about, you know, when one person loses their job and now they have all that mortgage, one person is on the hook for all that mortgage. That is what it's looking like because of these evictions and foreclosures. So it's probably going to be more videos like this, but from the homeowner's aspect, like, I can't sell my house and I'm upside down in it. Like, it's bad position to be in.
And shout out to Rakim in the Cash App. He says, when I was in Georgia, I stayed in College Park to stack bread.
There you go.
That's smart. The South Side. Very affordable. You know, you got to do what you got to do to get where you got to go. Good for you. I would have done the same thing.
Smart.
So there we go. Blaze Galaxy.
We got us the gun line.
Tell them about the gun line, boss.
We may not know which way to go.
Oh, Lord, see, this shit is gonna be dangerous. Some dark-winged duck shit. Let's get dangerous. I play the fool for the fool. Everybody plays the fool sometime. And no exception to the rule. Listen, baby, you hear me? I played the fool for a fool.
Yeah, shout out to Raquel. I like that message. Live below your means. That saved me and my wife. We look back on, you know, some of the more difficult years financially and living, like you said, you know, freaking get approved for freaking $250,000 to buy your first house. Bull jive. Shoot, I remember when we first got approved, and then, like I said, I come from the projects. Like, and she's like, oh, you guys are good, you know, for like over $200,000. I said, we'd need 30. 30 right. That did turn out to be true, but shoot, close enough. Yeah, F that.
So here we go. If you're just coming in, make sure you hit the like button. We are going over, we're talking about joy and pain, the real state of the community, everybody crashing out as we've been seeing. And this brother here, I believe his name is Shields Reality. All right, this video is called Dear Black Folks. He got a message, I guess.
Okay.
Ignorance is ignorance. Ignorance doesn't have a skin color. Ignorance doesn't have a race. Ignorance is universal. And that's what I want to start today's video off by saying. I want to try to attempt to show some love to my fellow black folk. This video is for anybody. My channel's for any and everybody. No specific people are allowed to only watch my content. But seeing as though I am an African American in the United States, I wanted to try to talk to some of my fellow other African Americans about our mindset when it comes to wealth, finances, the way we spend our money, our behavior around money, the way we tear each other down. There just needs to be more conversation about how to have a healthy and respectful relationship with money and with each other. The truth is, we've been lied to. We've always been told as soon as we get $1, go spend it. As soon as we get the big paycheck, go buy a new car, go get in a car loan, go get in some debt, go get that chain so that you can be approved by others in your social circle. Go get those new Jordans. Oh yeah, you got to get them Jordans. You know, we all grew up, you know, I grew up in high school. I don't know about you guys, but I went to high school, obviously. And it was all about having the latest Jordans. It was all about having the latest chain. And to this day, we as black folk have always used these materialistic values to place social status and honestly value on each other in such a dysfunctional and messed up way, to the point where we still do this to each other. Subconsciously, we can never be happy for each other. We're always jealous, envious. We're never supportive. We always want to tear each other down the first second that we get. And I believe a lot of it is because of the perception of what we think that money and finances and wealth is supposed to look like. It's not a chain around your neck. It's not going into a lease for jewelry, rings and earrings and necklace. All this is low-hanging fruit, guys.
I'm gonna slow him down. Shout out to this brother. And that's kind of what the woman was saying in the last video. You know, people faking it till they making it and all that, wearing fake jewelry, you know, I mean, giving off a facade because we think this is what success looks like to one another. All right. I can't be wearing no Skechers or, you know, no Walmart clothes. Y'all gonna think I'm broke, even if I ain't. So we got to sell this perception to one another.
And that is poverty. That is the poverty mindset in a nutshell. Working hard, overspending, spending money you don't have, buying things you can't afford, trying to impress people that don't give a dang about you. Pure poverty. I remember years ago, we got to deal with these things within ourselves. Look at the person in the mirror. I had about lost my mind a couple years ago, and I thought I needed me, you know, a fancy automobile. And I shout out to my father-in-law, I messed around and asked myself why I wanted it. And the answer was embarrassing. And I had to deal with that, you know. I said, why do you want this? And, you know, because I want people to think or believe I am doing well. That is a pain. And when you say that to yourself and you realize how dumb that is healing. A lot of folks only want, like you said, only want these shiny things, not because they really are into it, because you're going to think better of me, even if I'm going broke. Most egregious.
Yeah, I know that I learned a big lesson when Cooties 19 hit, and you know, we weren't doing all the shopping and stuff like we once did, or doing all the traveling that we once did at that time. And you know, just really put things into perspective. You don't need all that, because like you guys said, it's just all a front, it's all a facade. And once you can free yourself from that, life is so much easier, because all that stuff at the end of the day, it doesn't even really matter, you know. So like flexing on, you know, for the gram and, you know, on social media and all that it's corny. And you just need to sit down with your family and figure out a budget and just live off of that. Like, you don't have to have the latest, you know, purse every season or whatever, or, you know, the latest shoes to match and all that. And, you know, you don't need to get a new car every, you know, couple years or whatever. And, yeah, I mean, it's all corny, and, you know, just live within your means and don't try to impress people, because at the end of the day, they don't even matter. So
Here's a simple rule I learned very, very late in life this year. Shout out to John Hope Bryan and folks like that, the brother Whitehead. If we want to have or live a life of leisure, you know, in our golden years, whatever the case may be, we must acquire assets to cover liabilities. Right. You know, we can't be out here buying, you know, Rolexes and fancy cars and clocking in to pay for that bill. That's egregious and dumb. We're supposed to have assets to cover those things. And that's how you maintain that quality standard of living. But easier said than done.
What you got, Raquel?
Don't make me come after Mr. Walker when he just said that. When you know I want that necklace that old girl had. You know I want that necklace. And y'all gonna be judging me, and y'all gonna play this back, because I'm in the trenches right now. I know how this shit goes. Y'all gonna be like, wait a minute, Raquel, we have a replay. Back when you said it didn't matter. Why did you want that necklace? It's just, I don't know. Like, there are certain things that I really do like that are name brand. I don't know why I like them. I don't know, guys. But I don't know, Mr. Walker. That's a great, you know, that you asked yourself that question. I mean, it's not necessarily like flexing for the gram, but it's just like, I want to be like fly, you know? So it's just like, I feel like I need that necklace, because it's just like, it'll just make me flyer, you know? But I guess that's really lame to think, but that is honest. That's my honesty.
Fly to who? Like, that's like, I don't know how women think about it, but
fly to me first. Like, I don't know, but no, you're right. That's silly.
If it's a stand, that my thing, it must be if it's a standard and you can maintain it, enjoy, you know, the treasure that life have to offer. However, too many folks are stressing themselves out for these things, and it's not their standard. That's the issue.
Okay. Yeah, like I'm like cuffing a little on the side here, and then like if I pop out with it around spring, I don't want y'all judging me, because I was cuffing a little 3 here, a little 1 here, a little $60 here, 40 if you're nasty. Like I'm doing everything I can to get that necklace. Like, and that's just how it's always been. That's why when you come out here, you can't let us fool you, because some of us are on, like, we pace ourselves, and we're fine with with saying we're going to get that bracelet within 6 months or 7 months. You know, if our husband is like, you need the budget and don't you ask me, you know what I mean? Okay, well, I won't ask you, but I'm going to be cuffing this $60 every week until I get that motherfucker. And I don't want you saying nothing to me about it when I have it. You know, I don't want that lecture, that, you know, that father-in-law lecture, because my mom is like, and my dad are like that too. My mom is a retirement counselor. My dad is very conservative when it comes to money. They hate that I like vintage or name brand clothing. They hate that. But I mean, it's just a thing of mine. I don't know. Maybe I need to talk to my therapist about it, Mr. Walker. You hit a nerve tonight. You hit a nerve tonight.
There we go. We growing and learning. I like it. I like hitting nerves.
We're talking this wealth stuff, this wealth game, the way that these big corporations and these big wigs and these multimillionaires, man, they're not playing with that stuff. That stuff is the afterthought of after they get where they want it to be, right? You see them, maybe first of all, you don't even see a lot of millionaires moving that way, but you do see them once they've reached the area where they can settle, then they indulge in some of those things. And then they don't even indulge in them like the way we do. See, we're not even close to their wealth. But yet, we're the ones trying to act like the rappers on the screen. Newsflash, guys. The rappers have lied to you. The rappers are plants. The rappers are propaganda to continue to keep you in this low vibrational mindset, this low thinking mindset. You think cars, jewelry, shoes, you think that's improving your net worth? Like on a real sense? Like, is that really what made it looks like to you? Do you really care if somebody think you're a lame? See, this is what I wanted to attempt to address in this video. The black mindset has got to elevate. If we are going to start creating generational wealth and creating a better future for our children and of other races and ethnicities alike, it doesn't even matter all about black. It's about just being a good human being, but it starts with loving yourself first. And the truth is, a lot of this stuff has been replaced. This one kind of gets to me, man. Where we should be loving ourselves, they have told us that material will fill the void. They use our insecurities as a way to keep us trapped in our mental, financial, and well-being prison, so that we're easily controlled and easily manipulated and easily not united. One of the biggest issues about our lack of financial literacy in the black community is we are not helping each other. We are not united. We do not prioritize, hey, how do you become better with financial literacy? Hey, how do you save your money? Hey, saving your money is cool. It's not about spending all your money on this lavish vacation trip so that you can show off to your friends and family who's going to be jealous of you anyway. It's not about posting it on Instagram, Facebook, and all these other places about how you made it to show other black folk who are struggling just like you about how much more successful you are than them. But the truth is, you love liabilities and you love debt. So you ain't there either. You're worse. You're in the same boat, if not, because you love liability and you love debt. That's what we've been taught to assimilate and absorb. The love of material, the love of debt. I was reading a story the other day.
I'm going to stop them here. Yeah, it's a lot. So a lot of people are doing this stuff on credit. And that's my thing. If I don't got the cash to buy something, I don't want it. And that's just where I'm at in my life for a long time. I can't remember last time. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't have I'm not a consumer at all. So I think we are all different people though. So it ain't nothing wrong with liking nice things. It's just never been my thing. Like I've never been into, the designer and the name brands, any of that. I don't think I ever will be. It's just, I like making my own clothes and cut my own hair. I'm really self-sufficient. So I take pride in doing stuff for myself. Like that's just,
you're like the lumberjack man living in the forest.
Yeah.
Like you cut your own wood and you yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I get that.
Mhm.
I get that.
I like that. Yeah, I love that aspect about Mr. X. Me, on the other hand, I definitely utilize credit throughout my whole life. It's been a saving grace. I learned about credit in college, and it has been a blessing maintaining decent to good credit. Yeah, I live
I had
by
to
that.
learn the hard way with credit.
And
but
it
I know
sucks
I'm
because
good now.
you gotta pay for
Cash is
good credit.
golden.
Like you pay for good credit. You
for like furniture and stuff like that. But I'm talking about for like stuff that I want personally, like clothes or jewelry or something like that. I would never pay credit. But for a couch or for a bed set, living room set, stuff, TV or whatever. Yeah,
Zero APR until 2029.
Yeah. Got to be zero APR. There you go. Yeah, got to be zero APR for that 12 months, sometimes 24 months. Shoot. There you go. But yeah,
I got a problem.
Education is key. What do you say? And this is true. We can't keep blaming outside sources. However, shout out to Kanye. They made us hate ourselves and love their wealth. This is a real thing. And we are living in that era. Again, no one can make us do anything, but there are powers and systems in play that funneled us into this consumerism lifestyle. We can acknowledge that ish.
Yeah. And, with our history and everything, like, even back on the continent of Africa and stuff, we adorned ourselves with gold and shiny jewelry and everything. So it's in us to want to, like to have the finer things, but if you cannot afford it or whatever, don't make it to be such a big deal. Like if you got it, then yes, but if not, it's in us. We do want to have nice shiny things, but don't feel bad if you can't afford it yet. Like Raquel was saying, save up 6 months or set a goal for yourself. At the end of the year, I can, buy the necklace or whatever it is that you want, but just don't try to break yourself trying to show off for other people, because at the end of the day, your credit is going to be on the line and you're going to have to pay all that stuff back. And for what? Just to show it off? Like, just spend wisely. But it's in us, we want to look fly. So just have a good balance with it.
And I would say another thing is we are influenced a lot by, the people we surround ourselves with.
Right.
I know when I was the most consumer and buying clothes and jewelry when I was younger, it was the people I was hanging around, was part of the culture. We was going out to nightclubs, getting dressed and all that stuff. It was part of the thing. But as I gotten older, that ain't my lifestyle. So no need for me to go in the mall and buy anything. I like taking my wife and watching her buy stuff, buying stuff for my kids, but I don't want anything.
Right.
But nonetheless, maybe it's in the mind state we got to adopt.
Mm-hmm.
You're hard to shop for when, my husband's kind of like that too. He's like, oh, I don't need none of this. Like, no, I got to put something under the tree. Damn. Like, let me do something. Like, I want to shop for you too. Like, I got a problem. I want to shop for everybody. Y'all know, like, I'm quick to, like, this year, it was the kids I shopped for the most part. I didn't do a bunch of shopping for adults, but I did for the kids. So, yeah.
I would say my wife is more like that. We are night and day. So she is more like you, Raquel. But she's around me, so she has tempered it down. But
because we would be wild without y'all. We would be just in debt up to here.
Right.
Yeah.
That's true.
Where this lady, she had like 3 or 4 degrees. Brilliant mind educationally, right? But the problem was she was in over $250,000 worth of debt. And I was thinking to myself, I was like, wow, was she doing that for herself, or was she doing it to prove that she could get the piece of paper multiple times? And when you think about it, yes, she may be in a position to get herself out of debt. Yes, she has a high income, but she's $250,000 in debt and don't know how to get through it. Because there is a lack of basic financial education. There's a lack of basic financial literacy. There's a lack of basic financial conversation. I don't know about you guys, but I love my parents. And they've always tried to teach me about finances in the only ways that they could. They've made mistakes too. I've made mistakes as an adult as well. And I see how hard it is having a child of my own now. But the one thing I do encourage every family, even young folks, you got to have financial conversations with your children. You have got to start now, because they learn from you first. Black folk, our children will learn from us first. We are their first teachers. Don't just let them go to the school system and say, oh, school gonna straighten them out, school gonna take care of them. That's what's gonna continue the generational lack thereof. We are our children's first teachers. And financial literacy, money, should be one of the first things you should introduce your child to, because of how important it is in our society. Black folk, we've got to step it up. We've got to wake up. I already have my daughter playing with coins and teaching her about saving her money and telling her, in order to get this or get that, you're going to have to save. You're going to have to put it away. You can have one here. You can get one there. Put that coin away. Put it in your piggy bank. Start planting the mental seeds so that our children have a better fighting chance than us, guys. We as black folk, all we want to do is spend for ourselves, and then show off, and then wonder why we the first people in the SNAP benefits line or the Goodwill line, you know, or the government assistance line, because we didn't do what we were supposed to be doing. We wanted to show off. We wanted to live in broke luxury. Soon as we got that paycheck, the first thing we go and do, oh, can I make the payment? Yeah, I can make the payment, but we ain't think about nothing about the long term, man. Not a lick of how, man, if I just go get me a $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 car, I can get me a nice Lexus ES 330. Shout out to my subscriber, Black Handsome Muscle, who went and got a Lexus ES 330 and is living his best life with that car. Because you don't have to fall for the facades. You don't have to go get a Cadillac. You don't have to go get a Lincoln, a brand new Lincoln. You don't have to go get a Mercedes. Black folk getting these Mercedes and getting these car payments that are astronomically high. How is that teaching the youth? How is that teaching generational wealth when you yourself cannot afford it? You know what you can do? How about you humble yourself? Go get an older model. Show your children the healthy benefit of buying and owning your car outright, and see what that does to their perception of you. See what that does to their perception of wealth. See what that does to their mindset about, wow, my mama and papa, they own all this stuff. It's actually theirs. It don't belong to the bank. It don't belong to the creditors. It's theirs. See, like I said, this video might get me in trouble. A lot of black.
And that's something big we can talk about. Yeah. Let your kids know, you know, we own this house, this property, not this block. We don't own this block. We don't own these projects. All right. We don't own these high rises. But if we get some, you know, property, a house, we can own that. All right. But yeah, we can't keep fighting over the hood. Then this my block. No, it ain't. That thing say Jefferson and 3rd. All right. How in the hell you own this?
Amen. Daggone right. As your kids get older and they can understand, it is important. This is where this takes effort, though. You know what I mean? I like to utilize my time taking my kids to and from school to have these conversations, especially, you know, their minds are already going from being in school. They ain't turn their brains off. And we have our conversations about finances, getting a job, you know, what they can do, all these things. These conversations take effort. And if I dare throw some understanding in a ring, easier said than done. You know, I thank God every day that we have structure to where we can be this in tune in our children's lives. However, if you are a single mom trying to make ends meet, working doubles and triples, what this brother said, talking about educating our kids and getting rid of generational ignorance, off the freaking table. Off the table. If you're going to utilize this information, 2-parent household, ain't no other way around. Otherwise, you just struggling.
Yeah, and one of the quickest and easiest ways that you guys can you know, work on your kids' credit is just adding them to your credit cards and stuff at an early age, and so that builds their credit. I think we started doing that when my son was like 2 or whatever. But yeah, he's just been on our credit cards and stuff, and it's building his credit. You know, he'll be 18 in 2 years, and we'll, you know, continue on with it and teach him about credit because it's so important. And that's something that it's an easy thing to do, and they don't even know about it. You know, you're just adding them to yours, and so that they can, you know, have a high credit score and everything. So that's one of the simplest things that you can do while your kids are still young and at home, so that when they do step out, they're already kind of prepared, you know, for success. So that's
Amen.
one thing that you can do.
Yes, that's very important. So all that stuff, that opening up, you know, investment accounts, a little brokerage or something, you know, try to give them a head start.
There you go. A shout out to you, especially that credit card hack. Yeah, get their name on there, keep that bill paid, get them their credit established before they can. That's dope.
Black folk gonna come in here and say what they're gonna say. Probably they're gonna be mad. Oh, you don't enjoy anything. Oh, well, you know, we can't have no fun. I'm gonna keep buying my shoes. I'm expecting all them comments. I'm expecting all them type of comments, because no one is saying you can't enjoy the fruits of your labor that you've actually sowed and reaped. I'm saying you're reaping before you've sold anything. You're trying to enjoy without actually having sacrificed. That's the issue I have with black folk. There's no delayed gratification. We see it, we want it, we go buy it, we cry about it later. And then we think that these media, these influencers and this government and these rappers and all these celebrities are teaching us. They are not teaching us. They are dumbing us down. They're keeping us stuck in the mud. They're keeping us ignorant. Guess what? Ignorance can be cured. You can go and indulge in research in that in which you do not know and in that in which you are ignorant about. I'm not calling you ignorant as an insult. I'm saying we're ignorant as an urgency. That's what I'm saying to you. Now, again, I'm not the eldest. I don't know everything in life. I'm still learning in life. I'm still going to make a lot of mistakes. I'm not some guru. I don't know better than you. But what I do know is that we need to normalize. See, I'm getting too intense. We need to normalize healthy financial conversation, healthy financial delegation in the Black community. And we need to stop tearing each other down and being jealous of each other. That is terrible that we're so envious and jealous of each other in this community. When if we would just work together, we can bring so many folks of all walks of life together. If we can just get it together. That's the type of power that we have. That's the type of charm, charisma, and know-how that I know my people have. But we choose to live in ignorance because it's comfortable, because it's convenient.
Well, here we go. Shout out to Rachad Media. Everybody can't come. So, yeah, he's speaking on like all of us getting on the same page and all. Ain't no all. Just the like-minded people. Let's just keep putting in the work. If people want to, look and see us leading by example, they can follow suit, but can't beg people to come.
I like this, brother. I like his message. He said he ain't nobody's guru. He's still going to make mistakes. If you are going to, graduate and grow into a real man, whatever that means, you must be able to admit that you will be wrong at times. The goal is to never be egregiously wrong or loud and wrong, but it's okay to, learn and learn lessons. That's perfectly fine. And he had to be very clear about saying ignorant. I ain't saying it to be insulting. It's lack of knowledge. That's what it is. But to a lot of folks, ignorance is bliss. Sister Raquel, is bliss. If I don't know any better, then I guess I don't have to do any better.
I think I liked everything he said. I agree with him. I didn't see anything wrong with what he said. I do think that if when you've made mistakes, you have that regret. Like, I wish I wouldn't have been, thinking so immaturely to have made such bad decisions. Like the restaurant, I go to that a lot because that really overextended us. And I really, was making bad decisions that really put us in a crunch, and if I just would have let that go sooner, then I would have prevented a whole bunch of like heartache that I had to go through, and so we just try to save people from making those same mistakes, and yeah, like worried about the wrong things or not seeing the entire picture can be just as detrimental, and just because you're worried about name brands or you're not thinking through a full, like the full scope of a situation and how dire it could really be if what you're wishing for doesn't pan out, can be just as detrimental of being immature and wanting that name brand stuff. So I liked his message. And when you go through stuff, you learn and you want to improve. So listen to him.
That part. And we got some super chats here.
Shout out to the brother Square Biz. Appreciate you. Says we do it to show off our accomplishments, but we also do it to show off as well. In Gavin's voice, two things can be true. Appreciate you.
Shout out to you.
We appreciate you, brother. King Horror, come through with the $20 super sticker. Thank you, brother.
Appreciate that. Yeah! Boom, shakalaka! I didn't know who that was. He looking like Gucci Mane back in 05. Hey.
I like it. Leave Gucci alone.
Appreciate you, brother Devon Mitchell. Good to see you, brother. Says, fellas, beware of women with high student loan and credit card debt and multiple children's equals debt. If you get with them, they will expect you to pay their debt. Understood?
Yeah. So that's another thing why men aren't so fast to get into relationships, because we are logical. So we ain't about to take on no debt or move into a woman's house. She's like, look, I bought this property a year ago for $300,000. I want to start dating now so a man could come in here and help me pay my mortgage down and help me with my student loans. No, thank you.
Heck yeah. Then what you gonna say when she kick you out? Oh, I've been helping you pay this mortgage. I've been doing this. She gonna say, Ninja, I housed you. Get out.
That is so messed up. But
Yeah.
oh yeah, that's a great point. Don't do that.
Absolutely not. Appreciate your Project Leroy coming through. Says this video gonna get him in trouble. Problem, he said, was teaching kids financial literacy while other folks are doing financial literacy for their kids. Okay. Yeah, listen, just the fact he said ignorant, yeah, the fact he trying to hold folks accountable. I think the overall problems of what I said. He is telling folks to do what's right for the group and for their kids, but you can't do this with the strong, independent, single mom structure. And it's a little too much of that. And he using the word like, oh, it's hard in the right place, but he gonna learn.
That's sad that we already know that they're gonna tear him apart. You know, like I'm really noticing that women are just out here running amok, man. Like, dang,
Can't you
that's
hear
so
it?
sad. I mean,
You can't
that's good information. What's wrong with this information?
Who is you? Who is you? You don't know what I've been through. How can you don't know what I'm doing? You know what I got to go through? Yeah, like I can already hear them. Shoot, we got a similar message.
Yeah, you can't tell Bonquisha not to buy her kids no Jordans. That's how you keep them calm. All right.
Okay, so but what I'm saying is like we all have a different approach in how we get our messages across, right? Like over here sometimes we use funny videos from Kendra G, or we use Ashley Dalton, you know, but this man is just a man. It's just him. He's just giving his opinion about what he thinks about his own people and his own culture. And we already know that people are going to rip him to shreds. And it's just his innocent, wanting to do goodwill onto his people message. Like that is just like with y'all. I can see people getting mad at y'all, okay, for example, a funny example is like Diamond or Debraka when y'all were interviewing her when she was on the panel with you two, and y'all got her to say she was single by choice, like I can see people being mad at y'all for that and like holding some resentment to you and, but this guy is so innocent and he's not doing that. Like he's just saying what y'all are saying without those little antidotes between Kendra and, Atlanta Street interviews. Like he's really just being innocent about it. And Project Leroy is like, this video got him in trouble and it should not have. It really shouldn't have.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
We're in the world of upside down. It's just, it sucks.
And the further.
Yeah, the further. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that what he was saying, there's nothing wrong with you, kind of tightening up your community and just kind of putting a bug in their ear. Like a lot of that stuff doesn't even matter. And, we have to set our kids up for success. Like he said, just doing better than our parents did. In every generation, it's going to get better. So I don't think that there's anything wrong with what he's saying. Like if you can take it and apply it to your family or to your life, go ahead and do that, because we all need to be tightened up at some point. When it comes to child rearing and teaching them to set themselves up for success, like purchasing a home and doing all that. And it's so important for them because it shows ownership. And when you do that, you can set them up. We were talking about it on Tuesday's show about, taking out money in order to pay for their college or their institution, wherever they decide to go. That's one way that you can go off and do that. So I think it's important to teach our kids so that they can have a successful family and continue on for generations. So
I agree.
Shout out to Stu Pease, one of tonight's sponsors. We appreciate you. Says, first thing Black people need to understand is the US dollar. It's a Ponzi scheme. Saving fiat currency is like running on a treadmill on a platform that's rolling backwards. Credit is good if you use it to make a profit. Appreciate you, Stu Pease. Keep dropping gems.
Here you go. So, not to consume, people. Don't go in debt. It's not to go on vacation. All right. Oh, we about to go to Italy on my credit card.
Yeah, there you go. I could never fathom that. Like, maybe it's ignorance. I could never understand swiping a credit card charging. Yeah, I ain't gonna say I don't know what y'all spending $10,000. My God, to go to wherever, Jamaica, whatever place, and now you don't even know how you about to pay that. The interest rate is damn near $1 on the dollar. Like, ain't no way.
Yeah, just be in debt.
No. Appreciate your Uncle Caesar. Good to see you, OG. I see you looking sharp. Says, here's my last ducats for the bucket for this year. We appreciate you. Won't see you for a while because it's fishnet season, my baby, and the nets have been dropping in the water. Happy New Year's to y'all. Happy New Year's, OG.
Happy New Year, Caesar.
You're going to get a lump of coal, Caesar, with all that naughtiness, okay?
They get a lump of cuda cotta.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
Appreciate you, Stu Pease. Says inflation is the invisible tax that dissolves your income over your lifetime without you realizing it. Hey, Stu Pease.
Shout out to Stu.
Shout out to Mr. Gino. Says the upside is we went from having no shoes to everything we have now in less than 200 years. We can do anything we set our minds to. I concur. We just got to cut out the ignorance and lack of knowledge.
So here we go. Let me make sure that was it.
Because it keeps us in our safe bubble of ignorance. We wear debt like it's a badge. We think it's cool to have a car payment. We think it's cool to be like, oh, I'm going to treat myself, so I'm going to go get a car payment. How are you treating yourself? How about you dumb that down? Maybe go 3 to 4 years a little bit earlier. It's the same car. Oh, you care about what they think about you? Guess what? They're never going to validate you. If it takes this car or that shoe or that hat or that chain or those earrings or that watch, they're never going to see the value in you. So why are you wasting your time? Why are you wasting your financial future on people who will never respect you for you? You got to keep it pushing because everybody's not going to like you. I've come to that terms. It's cool. People don't like some of my videos. It's cool. Just keep it pushing. You know, again, I was talking about the student loan debt earlier. It's like, we love that too. We love us some student loan debt. We love getting into debt without having a clear direction on what's actually going to benefit us in our lives. Because once again, we've just followed the status quo of, oh, go to school, pick any degree, pick any piece of paper, and it's going to make your life better. And that is a lie. It's a bold-faced lie. So many folks did the exact thing. They didn't listen to the mama and daddy. They listen to the school system. They get out. They're in mountains of debt, and they're just working a regular job like you and me. Not knocking them for trying and attempting, but it's about being knowledgeable. It's about being intentional on what you are actually seeking to accomplish. Stop allowing society to just sway you like the wind because you want to go with what's easy. You don't want to think for yourself. Like I said, social media, influencers, rappers, culture, music culture has really did a number on us. It has really made us value the wrong things. And with my channel, I've vowed to at least get this conversation back going again. At least. I don't have all the answers. I don't know all the financial terms. I don't know everything. But me and this coffee and this Marvel cup, we're going to keep having these conversations. We're going to keep trying to reach somebody. If my channel can reach the next generation after me, then dang it, I did what I was supposed to do. I did what I was supposed to do. Shout out to my subscribers who actually are being impacted by these videos, man. I have so much more to say on this topic. Next video, I'll try to focus more on the mindset of negativity that surrounds the Black community, because whenever you're trying to educate yourself or push yourself forward, you are seen as a lame. You're seen as a loser. You're seen as a Black dude trying to act white. It's the craziest mind trap I've ever seen in my life. But I'm gonna stop today's video here because I already know I'm gonna get in a lot of trouble for this video anyway. So God bless you guys. I'm out of here. I had this rant on my heart You don't have to drive the latest car, man. You don't have to drive the latest car, wear them Jordans, wear that chain. Change your image, change your status quo, change your life for the better. Stop wasting your life to show other people. I'm speechless, man. Stop wasting your life trying to impress other people who will never approve of you, regardless whether you win or you fail. Trust in God, love your family, and keep pushing forward on your own goals. God bless you guys.
Shout out to this brother. So, like they say, what Kanye say back in the day, they made us love their wealth and hate ourselves, or however he said. That's a real thing. You know, you gotta love yourself first. You ain't gonna love yourself more if you walk into Foot Locker and buy a pair of Jordans. It's just, it ain't. Or whatever the case, if you don't already love yourself before you walked in there.
There you go, man. Yeah, they made us hate ourselves and love their wealth. That's why Shorty's hollering where the ballers at. Drug dealers buy Jordans, crackhead by crack, and the white man get paid off of all of that. I could keep going. That's one of my favorite songs. Shout out to Kanye back in the day, man. It's true. That ish hit home. I remember the first time listening to that. It's so true. You know, he said he was one of the first folks to admit it like that. It's so true. Can't go anywhere without at least one of my watches. Like that's I can't go nowhere without one of my cheap old watches. I just watch forever. But it's true. What is that? What is that that's instilled in us? You know, hiding behind this facade, hiding behind jewelry and perceived success. It's okay. It's okay to be poor. It's not okay to wallow in it. It's never okay to be impoverished because that's a mindset, man. You know, yeah, can't be impoverished. Once we relinquish that impoverished mindset, I believe that's a good start.
I agree.
When we were living close to Wyuka, but we were just renting, my husband had a tow truck business. And we would be over there. That's why I know the streets so well and all of the homes. And one day he asked me, he was like, "You paid attention to what these people over here driving?" And I was like, "No, I'm just looking at the houses." I'm like, "Oh, this is just so great. I can't wait to be over here." You know, landscapers every day. And like every single one of those homes, they drove Subarus. They don't have flashy cars. They don't have BMW 7 Series. They don't have, they have Subarus for the most part. You're going to see a lot of Subarus, or you're going to see those Leafs. Those Leaf cars. Yeah, not even Teslas. Not even Tesla. you out here by me, there are lots of Asian Indian people love Teslas, but out there in Wyuka, it's going to be Leafs or Subarus. You're not going to see, you will see people with nice cars out there, but they're not living on Wyuka. You know what I mean? Like they're driving into the city to shop and out to go back to the outskirts. So when he told me that, I was like, wow, like you don't get here by accident. You get here by being strategic. Like, of course, you would think that if you have a $2 million home, that your car would be $100,000. You'd be driving a G-Wagon. They're not driving G-Wagons. They're driving Subarus, and they look very common. They look very normal people, So when you said that, I was like, let me mention the fact that these people, they don't seem to be living outside of their means to do it. It seems very authentically them, and they don't put 20 on 10. Like the car is not as expensive as the home. They seem to put their money in their home and where they want their home to be, in the school they want their kids to be in. But all of that other stuff is kind of like way down on the list. The car, the clothes, all of that.
Because a house is at the least is an appreciating asset.
Right.
And a car, I don't care what kind of car it is, unless it's some super rare classic you done paid $1 million for, it ain't going to appreciate. So that Rolls Royce, that Bentley, that Maserati, that is a quickly depreciating asset in your driveway. So it makes sense. Again, if they don't have assets to cover those liabilities or depreciating assets, don't get them. Same here, Mr. Raquel. There's community where it's old money, real old money. And same thing, you see all these $1 million houses, but they got Toyotas and Nissans and Chevy Cobalts. And I remember, like, I'm like, what? And I just my wife's old family's community. I'm driving. I'm like, what in the world? And I'm just processing it. Like, where the Rolls Royces? Where the
Yeah.
You know, the only folks that had these were the big business owners. I was a firefighter up there, so I got to know some things. And like the lady driving around in a dirty four-door Bentley, you know, her husband owned a magazine company. So you learned those things. But yeah, a lot of folks driving regular cars.
You said dirty four-door Bentley. You know, they don't even look at it the way that we look at it. We look at it like, oh, if I had a Bentley, it'd be washed every day. It's like to them, it's like whatever. You know, it's just Bentley.
That's how I had to specify dirty, Raquel, because it was driving me nuts.
Yeah, it would have drove me nuts too. But you see, like it's just authentically her. She don't care if it's dirty or clean. You know, yeah.
Right. Yeah, when I was in high school and stuff, I worked at the Boys and Girls Club, and Bill Gates' kids played basketball over there. And so I remember seeing him for the first time, just regular t-shirt and sweater kind of guy and jeans. He drove like a Honda, and you know, this is at the peak of Microsoft, and you know, and all that. So I would study him and like, okay, he's like has all these millions and millions of dollars, but he just looks like a regular guy. He doesn't want the flashiness and all that. Of course, his house it's in Medina, Washington. It's a beautiful home, but like the cars and the way that he carried himself every day was just a regular guy, and his kids were just regular kids. So I always look to that to you know, just to kind of study and kind of get that from them, because they don't need all the flashy stuff, and that's okay too. You know, they put their money in their homes and other things, and that's okay. So that's something that I picked up from kind of watching him. So
there you go. Yeah, so like I was saying, shout out to this brother. If y'all are not subscribed, his link is in the description. He is Shields Media. So we'll look into his content. I see he be over there trying to cook up. Shout out to the brother.
Yeah, salute to him for sure. Another ally in this space. I like it.
And shout out to Jillian dropping $30 in the Cash App. Says donations.
Appreciate you, Julian.
Appreciate you.
This Bentley that I park in the church is not just for me. It's for the church. It's for us.
Can we drive it?
No. God wouldn't want that in Jesus' name.
Amen, Pastor. Amen.
This Bentley that I park in the church is not just for me. It's for the church. It's for us.
It's for us. It's for me.
So here we go. A lot of people, you know, they say they don't want to be in America anymore. So they starting to get passports and whatnot. So we go mine through this. This is going viral. Hit the like button.
Oh boy.
On November 14th, 2024, I released a video called YouTuber Goes Broke Clapping Cheeks. Now he's in jail. And that video was about a guy by the name of Floyd. And Floyd was a guy from Omaha, Nebraska, who was a very troubled individual. And he kept having a lot of problems. So much so, Floyd would intentionally go and bother police on purpose and then record it on YouTube.
Okay, I guess.
Let me tell you this, sir.
All right.
Somebody called us,
Cars profit.
told us that you were messing around our police cars at the police department. We watched you on camera. You're hiding behind these cars, and we want to know what your business is around our police cars.
Can you put your weapon away, sir, please?
Boy, you don't sit your stupid ass down. Who the think you is?
Now, this channel of Floyd was called Omaha Cop Watch, ID Refusal. He would purposely do this, put all of his encounters with the police across the world on this channel. Now, in this situation, he could have lost his life, but for him, that was adrenaline. Now, for a guy who would do stuff like this just for views, imagine what kind of guy this would be in person. But the problem is that Floyd was not really successful. He was broke. I mean, if you keep going to jail all the time, then, well, you won't have no money.
He's right, you know.
When you're a guy like Floyd and you have his pitch and tonality or voice and you're not successful, well, all of a sudden black women don't want to date you. And so Floyd decided that he would take his dysfunctional ass to the passport bro community. And then he would start raising money online. He would beg people for cash. He would promise to do things. And he was pretty much a scammer. I'm
going to stop him.
Hell!
This is the guy that's going viral right now. All right. We're going to mine through this story, but this is the guy that's been arrested in Brazil or wherever he's at. So he's been a basket case, as you can see, all this time. And now it's finally caught up with him.
Wait, okay. This is new to me. Shout out to this wild character that is Floyd. So he went over across the season. He getting a better outcome. No? Huh? No?
Well, that's what he thought. Like I said, we go mine through this video because it's a lot here.
Okay.
Was pretty much a scammer. He would beg for money, raise money, and he would go across the world just so that he could do this.
Tell him. So can you cook? Can you cook?
Yes, I can cook, I can clean.
Yeah, see, this is why I came to Thailand, to find a traditional woman. See, in the United States, women don't cook and clean. All they do is complain. And we don't got time for that. That's why I got my passport. And I've left the United States to come seek a wife to have a traditional relationship.
Cringe.
You see, a guy like Floyd thought that
this is part of the problem here. Like I said, shout out to the real passport bros that get results, married and whatnot. People like this, they hijack the movement and they give it all a black eye, and it's no good for anybody after. When he done with it, it ain't gonna be no good for nobody after he wipe his butt with it. So here he is. Oh, don't none of the women in America cook. Don't none of the women. And it's just a lie. We can't be speaking in absolutes. Say you couldn't find one to cooperate with you because you goofy and a little bit slow. Granted, but no. And obviously, as we mine through this, you can't find submission anywhere in the world.
Yeah, because listen here. All these pathetic souls. This sister ain't into you. Look at her body language, man. The majority of language is nonverbal. She telling me everything I need. Look at her facial expression. She ain't think about you. She like, yeah, I'm here. You paying. She like, I cook. I clean. What else you want me to say to the camera, Ninja? Make sure you got my money after you turn this camera off.
Yeah, and you know she can cook some mean pad thai or whatever. He's over there in Thailand, and she looks like she ain't missed a meal. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Nobody was checking for you and that hairline over here. So you had to dip off to another country and try to figure it out because we weren't really checking for you. So like Gavin, you said, he just wasn't getting the results. He kind of seems a little bit wonky, kind of a lame or whatever, but go off and get your results that you think you're going to get. But nobody was really checking for you over here. So it is what it is. You can't just blame it on all women. Like out of all the women in this country, not one was checking for you. So that says more about you than it does the women. So
as a man, you got to have a calming spirit. That's a part of being stoic. You're calming, you're calm. You never, frazzled. This brother doesn't have a calming spirit. He all eager, thirsty. He is stricken with the thirst. You don't come off like this. Like, he ain't got no cool to him.
Stricken with the thirst. I like that.
Yeah, look at his video title. She's wifey material. Like I said, they say he may be legitimate short bus. So like I said, here we go.
Going over to Thailand with other people's money and then throwing it in the faces of American women would be showing them something. Listen, I'm out here in Thailand and you chicks are missing out because I just got a free trip and now I'm clapping free cheeks and you women are not going to get a broke guy like me.
Damn.
And Floyd just didn't record his wins. He also recorded his losses.
I was telling you.
2 horas. 2 horas.
Amiga.
2 horas.
Amiga, what are you doing?
No. No me gritas.
I'm trying to text you.
Ya. Mi cash. Ya. 2 horas y cash y let's go yo. No más.
Now, this is Floyd after clapping some cheeks, I believe, in the DR or in Colombia. And he doesn't want to pay the lady. And the lady is trying to tell him, listen, I need to get paid for my 2 hours. And he's trying to convince her to let me go to the car and get my stuff, when really he's trying to clap without paying. And
hold on.
Hell!
That's a woman, look like a man. Y'all flying halfway across the country to sleep with this and pay for it? What the hell is we talking about? Is that a dude or a chick? Dude looks like a lady.
Yeah.
This makes sense. Hijacked. Listen here. Shout out to the Red Pill Space. Hijacked. Shout out to the Passport Movement. Hijacked. God dang it. This is pathetic. Sitting here paying this individual for physical intimacy. This is standing there looking dumb. Y'all get on my nerves, man. This was never supposed to be a thing. Oh my gosh. And he gonna record it too. Yeah, fine, I guess. The truth ain't hurt nobody but a liar. Come on.
Clap without paying and leave. But she wasn't going for that. Okay. He had to pay somehow. But that didn't stop Floyd from still getting the favor of other chicks.
Has been limited. See that word, limited. And while your access account, your access is limited, you won't be able to book any new reservations. Zero. I won't be able to book any new reservations. I just showed you proof.
What? Let's talk about the Passport Bros. Because again, you do have brothers out there who do want to meet successful women. The Passport Bros are a diverse community just like anybody else. You have your business class guys, you have your educated guys, you have guys who are younger, guys who are older, and not all are the same. But unfortunately, you have your J-Rellos, and then you have this guy, and they kind of fit this particular framework.
So they get their passports and they globetrot all over the world trying to find a woman vulnerable enough, desperate enough, in search of citizenship enough to take that deal. This is predatory behavior. When you're looking for a woman who wants to have access to the benefits and the perks and the rights that we have as Americans, because they don't have those rights in their country, but you're going to make her earn it. She's going to have to earn it by you making a mule out of her, expecting her to do more than you're doing.
These are the guys that don't want to take care of any women.
See, this is so conflicted. I can't stand this woman. She's nothing but misandrous. But
yeah,
she's just misandrous. But the thing is, I don't have a problem with the guys that are getting results. The thing is, you get people like this dude we talking about. He hijacks the movement, gives it a black eye, and then you got to wear the black eye along with him. It's like, no, man, that's on. You see what I'm saying? So I don't agree with labeling. Yeah, I would get from up under the Passport Bro umbrella because it is tarnished.
I've been saying this. We need to have some kind of like secondhand, third person embarrassment whenever our brothers and sisters move like this. I said this years ago. Why? Because it does reflect on us. They take the worst individuals and they make them the figureheads for the movement every single time. And I do believe it's our job to point it out that it's madness. Otherwise, they'll just let it go. That brother don't represent. I ain't and will never be a Passport Bro. However, I can respect that movement, and I will have to say that brother don't represent the true Passport Bros, like you said, getting a desired outcome. He's a mark. A mark is a mark. I don't care what continent you on. He's a mark and being treated as such.
Yeah, and like we kind of touched on it last week with the guy going over to the Philippines, and we were talking about if you're a lame in America, you're going to be a lame wherever you go. And you know, we're seeing that now with this guy. But this woman, her mouth, I don't know if she's got like her teeth, and maybe her lips are just too big for her teeth, but yeah, the lipstick is off, and she's just got a big mouth, kind of like some sort of a fish or something. I don't know. It's all wonky, and she needs to back up from the camera because she's doing too much and she's too up close.
I was thinking the same. What is that? Like the lipstick ain't covering all her lip. It was throwing me off too. Yeah, I don't know.
Right.
Ain't no man complaining. Her mouth is big and wet. Gok.
Abroad or at home, and they do want to exploit ladies. And especially when you hear about countries like Brazil, Now, I've been to Brazil once. It was cool. It was definitely some beautiful ladies there. But Brazil is not a rich country. And obviously, it's a place where, things happen.
Warn brothers or men who are going just to be careful, because I know one of the reasons that many men go to Brazil is for sexual tourism. I don't promote sexual tourism. I'm not interested in paying for intimacy, but a number of men don't see no issue with pay for play. But one just needs to be aware of there are some female, sex workers or who will put some, it's called, I think, Goodnight Cinderella, some drugs into men's drinks and take advantage of them and rob them.
Now, the brother was saying something that was pretty interesting later on in the video. He would talk about all of the men who were targeted within sexual tourism.
And that's another thing. And what happens over there gonna stay over there. See what I'm saying? How many men have been victims? It's never, they ain't gonna self-report on themselves. So it'd be like, oh, I've been robbed or I've been victimized, woke up and my backside wasn't feeling right. I don't know what happened. I just woke up, all right, gaping, all right? But here we are. Y'all gotta be careful.
Wake up gaping is most unfortunate. Yeah, it's too late to pause at that point. Yeah, ain't no pause. Dude, pause, it's over. You've been diddled. That's wild. That would scare me. Again, you can't, just because you go across the pond don't mean you have been unlamed, don't mean you ain't identified as a mark. Matter of fact, I would have to say them sisters over there in Thailand, they in the gutter muck themselves. They selling kudakata. They see you as a mark. They can smell it on you. It's English, Thai, whatever you is. They smell that mark and lame on you.
That's wicked. So here we go. We're about to get into the meat of this Floyd guy.
In Brazil, that a lot of the guys who are in Brazil are actually targeted. In Colombia, you have the scopolamine, all of these different things. I've done stories of black men dying in Brazil after being drugged. But this story is different because our guy, Floyd, has just been arrested for doing the unthinkable. Now, Floyd Wallace Jr. was arrested. Now, I'm going to talk about what he was arrested for. It's also known that he has accumulated criminal records in more than 13 states before becoming the target of certain crimes in Brazil.
They put him
These
in the
are
bag.
Sexual crimes. Okay. Now, what did he do? There is a particular agency called Cyberlab. And this is an agency within Brazil's Ministry of Justice. And it was sent to Rio de Janeiro Civil Police. Now, this report warned of a possible sexual exploitation of underage people by a foreign citizen in Rio. The starting point was a complaint made by a rideshare driver on December 8th, 2025. According to the report, a user identified as Terry William requested a ride to the Jacare neighborhood in Rio's North Zone. Upon arrival, the driver noticed that the passengers were two underage women. During the trip, the teenager said they were being taken to meet an older foreign man who did not speak Portuguese. They were unable to clearly explain who the man was or where they were going, leading the driver to contact the company's support service and register the case as a risk situation. Now, following the complaint, the rideshare app Uber initiated an internal investigation and identified that the same user, aka Terry William, had created and used multiple accounts under fake or third-party names. The analysis revealed a pattern of rides requested for children and adolescents, primarily girls, across different areas of Rio. In another incident, on December 18th, a ride requested by the same profile transported 4 underage girls from the Roca neighborhood into São Cristo into the city center. Data cross-referencing with support from Homeland Security investigations in the United States allowed authorities to identify that the user Terry William was in fact Floyd L. Wallace Jr. Now, somebody must have tipped off your boy Floyd Wallace Jr. because he understood that the block was getting hot. And so what he tried to do was to get out of there. He left Rio de Janeiro and traveled to Sao Paulo. With indications that he might flee the country, Rio police requested temporary detention, search and seizure data secrecy breach, and passport retention, all of which were authorized by the court. He was then arrested, although he resisted arrest and had to be restrained. What did they get on him? They seized 5 USB drives, 7 memory cards, 1 laptop, 5 cell phones, multiple SIM cards, stuffed animals.
What?
Stuffed animals.
Huh.
You got Beanie Babies?
Yeah, all this. And the one brother was saying that he switches phones every time he go to a new country. He's a real strange character, as we see. He dealing with underage chicks. I don't want people coming here. Don't tell me about the age of consent in some other country. I ain't trying to hear it. All right. Bottom line, if you, even if it is 14 or whatever it is, he lives in America. So he likes what he likes. So that means when you fly back home, then what? Are you a predator? I mean, what are you once you land in America? You see what I'm saying? Stay there. I don't know nothing about it. But obviously, even these girls was too young. So I don't know how all that works. But here he is.
Sexual deviant. This is just all bad. Like this brother, y'all seen how he walked? That says a lot. Walking all slew-footed, flat-footed like that. Come on, man. One of these sisters trying to deal with this weird cat. Weird, awkward, super cringe, all ick. My goodness, man. Yeah, lock this brother up. He moving real Mephistophelian out here, to say the least.
Yeah, the way he was walking and his fit, like he just looks like he just doesn't belong. But you know what? There are a lot of American men who go off to these countries and they do get with a lot of underage, women and stuff over there in some of those Asian countries and everything. And they're kind of served up on a platter. I remember going to Jamaica and there was nothing but these teenage girls, they were just out like on the strip, and their thing was to go find an American man, and it was what it was. And we saw like a lot of like older white men, picking them up and stuff. It was so disgusting. But it's big business out there, and I'm glad that they caught him. So yeah, he probably is going to have to register, even if he does come back to the States or whatever.
Hell, register. He got to survive. Now, you ever watch Saw? You want to play a game? You ever watch Locked Up Abroad? This ninja is in a whole nother country. He in the Hooskow. They be having firearms. The prisoners be having guns. Hell.
Right. It's true.
Yeah, he out here in the gulag. It's about to be so unfair for him, to say the least. It's about to be a whole bunch of unfairness he about to have to deal with. My goodness, I couldn't imagine.
Yeah, you don't speak the language. You just in there.
And he's slow.
Man.
He ain't got no street smarts. He ain't got no gravitas. He ain't. You see, when he walk in there, he gonna cause fights. He gonna cause fights in the Hooskow because they gonna be auctioning him off, man. He goofy and tender. They either gonna use him for a punching bag or a poking bag.
You guys, he has stuffed animals in a Pooh Shiesty mask.
Poking bag.
What is going on with this man? And I don't listen, like how he looks when he walked out, creep all over him. Like any man that just is always in like soft pants is a creep to me. That swish material that you always in a pair of pants that's just loose and easy. No, I don't trust it. I don't trust it.
They put this ninja in the trunk. Look where they put him, Raquel. He ain't getting out. They put this ninja in the trunk. They about to drive him off the grid somewhere.
Do y'all know how gangster Brazil is? Do you know how gangster it is out there?
I'm saying they say you ain't good enough to sit in the back of this car. You getting in the cargo area.
Imagine where they gonna take him to, though. Y'all right about that. And think about how our prison systems look upon men who prey on children. Do you think they're going to take it easy on him? I don't think they will. He probably won't make it to trial because one, he is an outsider, and two, he is preying on their daughters. They're going to crucify him.
Are they holding the firearm to him as the other one got him?
Yeah. It's over for this buddy.
Yeah.
They say he resisted arrest. Yeah, it's over. He don't stand a chance of heck. Ain't no T-Money about to go over there and say, hey, bring him back. It's over. I want to hear how this play out. I want to hear,
Yeah.
It's about to be so bad. Y'all don't get it. The food, I mean, what he gonna be eating? This gonna be one of the worst experiences of his life.
Yeah.
I hope he enjoyed his little nasty, perverted masquerade while it lasted. Hope you enjoyed it, brother, because you about to be on the other end of this now. And they're going to be looking at you like you something sweet to eat. Have mercy.
Right. And you guys think he has all that lint in his hair now. Wait, just give him 24 hours in that jail with all them folks, because you saw all that cotton and stuff in his hair. It's over for him. I feel bad for him because those people, they do not play when it comes to women, and these people have daughters and nieces and everything. So yeah, this ain't a good look. This ain't a good look at all.
He about to have lint in his beard.
Look at all that. Is it flakes? What is going on?
He about to have ball lint in his beard.
Where is he from, y'all? Where is he from? He from the U.S.? Who is this guy?
So they have confirmed he is American. Y'all got to eat this.
No, FBA. What we gonna do?
No, that hairline is questionable, Gav. It's questionable.
That's looking Haitian.
Not an FBA hairline.
Shout out to Haiti. Shout out to Nigeria. Y'all ain't about to pawn him off. All right.
I'm about to look into it. What's Floyd's last name? I'm about to AI him. What's his last name? Appreciate your Project Leroy. Says that hairline is dead giveaway, and his voice. No. FBA, Project Leroy, this your brother.
Money.
Appreciate you. TM Panics come through, gifting 5, counting them 5 Cart Before the Horse memberships. Thank you.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Appreciate you. TM Panics come back through and became a member yourself. Appreciate you, brother or sister. Appreciate you, Ung B Stream. How you doing? Says, this not a passport, bro. Thing. That boy a PDF file. Yeah, we see now. Appreciate your Unc. Says, never trust a grown man with a hand puppet. Sweet Jesus, you ain't lying.
That's wicked.
Appreciate you, Unc. Says, what's that? Too late to pound?
To pause. Too late to pause.
Okay, too late to pause. Better fast forward and hope nobody
stop period
happens? Or see or records.
Records.
That's what happened when you play around. Shout out to Ugg. I like that.
That was hard. That was mental gymnastics right there.
Shout out to Ashy Foot Productions. Here you go. Says, last time I heard Walker say slew-footed was when he talked about me when I surrendered my Kendra for her birthday, or serenaded my Kendra. Indeed. Shout out to the slew-footed king. Appreciate you, brother Classy. Says he's not coming back to the States. He better thank his lucky stars. The guys from the Fabulous didn't knock on that door. What's the Fabulous?
Yes, that's one of them gangs down there. They would have deleted him easily.
Favelas.
Yeah.
No.
Appreciate you, DJ. I'm call you DJ. Says their passport, bro. He's married now. Yeah, he married to Big Steve. Appreciate you, Unc. Says that boy gonna be in Brazil, gonna be a Brazilian oil prison. That don't sound good at all. Shout out to Project Leroy. Appreciate you. Says he's an anchor baby. That hairline is egregious. How do you say guard in Portuguese? Mr. Walker got his commissary on deck. Guard. Shout out to Haha Davis. guard.
Here we go. I see y'all trying to pawn him off. No, he's a ninja.
No, not if you're first generation.
No, stop that. Stop that. Yeah, get out of here. We was all first generation at one point.
No, If you got 4 American grandmas or 7 American grandmas, you good. But if you got less than that, you not. We sorry.
No,
Sorry.
sound good. He a ninja. It sounds good.
We don't make the rules.
That's crazy. Shout out to Uncle Tall. Says so satisfying watching y'all trying to figure that out. We got it, Unc. Appreciate you, DJ. Says O'Shea Jackson is showing you old videos. Like I said, that got married now. Oh,
okay.
O'Shea always does this. It's because he's in Africa. He's so out of touch sometimes.
I think they talk about the video we premiered on the channel yesterday.
Oh,
video we did last week. Sunshine Shoulders.
That dude. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I see y'all was saying in the chat on that video that he's married now. Not this Joker. No, this just happened. This just happened 2 weeks ago.
There we go.
Okay.
But even Sunshine, brother DJ, appreciate your super chat. Just because he married. Shoot, man. Let's see how long he stayed married.
Right.
Oh yeah, my guy, Sunshine Shoulders. Here we go. Hit the like that.
Junior. Because sex America requires America. Now, I heard a stream, and people were talking about the fact that Brazil has the age of consent in Brazil is 14. So I wanted to know, is that just for locals? So in other words, because America requires Americans that the legal sex age in most places, I mean, you do have some states that are 16, 18. Does that mean that you can't mess with somebody under the age of 18? And the answer is no. Just because you're 14, you can legally do that. I know that's creepy and weird, but I was trying to find
a lot of countries like that. Like I said, I don't know nothing about it. A lot of, it seems like a lot of Spanish countries and stuff where they got the age of consent that low. I don't know nothing about it. That's creepy as hell.
But can you shuffle them around? And are you doing? Is this a ring of? Like that, I think that is probably the bigger question. Why would they be arresting him if it's legal? There has to be something nefarious going on.
Well, I think I'm looking this up here. I guess it's maybe the energy around it. He coined himself as a self-styled sex tourist. This brother, 30 years old. 30. I don't know.
He labeled himself a Smex tourist.
Yeah. 30 years old.
And now we're talking about his Uber rides for 14-year-olds.
And
he's going under. He's going
facing
under.
up to 34 years in prison.
Yeah, no.
Huh.
The wider context. And the reason why is I figured that, well, maybe the people that he was transporting were like under 18, but Brazil's age of consent was 14. Jeez. So Wallace was not having sex with these ladies. He was setting them up to other men. So in other words, some guys from America, I don't know who they were, would come to him, ask for girls. Then he would find some other connection to transport those girls. He was using his own rideshare app to then deliver those girls to somebody else, although he was not with them. Okay. Now, if you are a man and you're 50 and you decide to deal with somebody who's 14, in Brazil, you will not go to jail. However, you can get charged with this if the person is compromised by manipulation, fear, or coercion. That means individuals aged 14 to 17, when grooming, transport, or exploitation is involved, consent does not legalize exploitation. Once you use apps and fake profiles, you are coordinating rides for minors using fake accounts, organizing secret meetings. These factors elevate the crime regardless of consent. Also, what problem is it? The U.S. law still applies to Americans living abroad. So even if you are a person and you're sleeping with somebody that's 14 in Brazil, you as an American should not be engaging anybody under the age of 18 because Americans can be prosecuted for sexual activity with minors under 18 abroad, regardless of the local age. Okay, so that's that. Also, these minors are possible victims under 14. Now, again, I know that passport bros are not all the same. But again, you have another incident in Brazil involving passport bros. This will most definitely go viral. It is not a good look for the brand because you have guys who are not really caring about the brand. And I want to give a shout out to my brother Aaron Ferris at BMT. He's done a lot to try to elevate the brand. I believe it was him that came with the name Passport Bros. Then anybody can come in and kind of join the group and can give the group a bad name like what you're seeing here. And this is exactly what has happened. So I hope that the guy definitely pays the price. I don't really like Floyd. Just even before this, it's pathetic. It's terrible.
And here's what I'll say. Like he said, more than likely he gonna end up having to stay in jail. You know, I see shout out to Unk. Unk had dropped a super chat, you know, saying, you know, he might fall under the foreign rule, but like O'Shea said, not so fast. So it ain't so black and white. Even though they can, you are a foreigner, and if you ain't rich, if they can't benefit, get some money about you or something, they can move the goal line wherever they see fit. You going to jail. It's a crime because we said so. You ain't got the money to prove us wrong.
And O'Shea touched on what you said, Mr. X. How can you be a U.S. citizen and you know what our age of consent is? Then you go across the ocean as a U.S. citizen, and now you dealing with whatever age-year-old little girl.
But the whole time, this might be your friend, Mr. Walker, and you got a 12-year-old daughter, and this ninja been over your house. And you like, the whole time, you don't even know
That's where his mind at, see? And I like
telling what he been fantasizing about, or whatever the case. You see what I'm saying? You got to be careful. Like I said, shout out to the Passport Bros. We ain't going to put this on, you know, most of them or any of them for that case. But just be careful.
Y'all heard that. They said just because you are abroad and you're a U.S. citizen, you still may have to apply to U.S. laws. So, yeah, you can't be a U.S. citizen, you know what I'm saying, trying to say, oh, the age of consent is 14 years old. You ain't a citizen of Brazil. You can't indulge in their culture to that extent. So there you go. And like you said, that's fair, Miss S, because you got to come back to the U.S. and you still got, that's so nasty. You still got this hunger for young girls. I can't even call them women. 14, my God.
If I say a lot of the conversation, they saying some of them may been younger. So we just throwing around what the age of consent is. Well, his issue is he might not even have been meeting that threshold. So what you got, Ebony?
Yeah, because they were saying 14 and under. So that could be 12, 13 years old. And just thinking about that. And, you know, Raquel, we were once 14 years old. And just imagine, you know, being in that situation. And it's so predatory. And I hope he gets everything that's coming to him. Because it's just not okay. You can't go, and especially when you go to impoverished countries and stuff, and you know, they're desperate for money and they're trying to get it figured out too. And so the fact that he's over there doing this, whether he's organizing the rides or whatever, he knew exactly what he was doing when he went over there. And he probably didn't think that he was going to get caught. And it is what it is. I hope they throw the book at him because he was 100% wrong and he knew what he was doing.
Once they come for your cell phones and all of those tablets and all that, it's not about your taste for 14-year-olds or 12-year-olds or 10-year-olds. It's about your taste and like how you're doling them out to your homeboys when you got them coming over here as you've marketed yourself a SMEX tourist. Like creep, and anybody that's associated with him, you know, I don't know what his channel is, I don't know who follows him, but I would be side-eyeing anybody that is, you know, affiliated with this guy, because if O'Shea is saying that he doesn't like him, then it's likely that he's, you know, seen the red flags that he might be considered like a weirdo freak, you know, kind of a person. And it's not a good look. I think it's really disgusting that men treat Brazil this way, you know. You're preying on countries where they look to American people as like their golden ticket out, you know. So it's just bad. It's bad. It's like me selling shapewear, that it's worse than that. You're involving children.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's worse than that.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's gross. It's so, like you said, men, y'all had him around your daughters. Like, this is really, it's too far. I even look at my homeboys who I see going to places like Colombia or Dominican Republic. I ain't gonna say nobody's name, but I think it's gross. I think it's nasty that you guys think that, going to these places for your boys' trips doesn't look as nasty as the women that are going to Jamaica for their raft massages. It's the same thing. It's seedy, it's nasty, it's gross, and he involved children and passing them along. Like, y'all saw all those computers and stuff. And then Mr. Walker or Gavin, y'all said something about every time he goes to a different place, he gets a different phone. I mean, what is he doing, y'all? This could potentially be one of the guys that like try to get you when you're going to Walmart, slip you something in a Bible or something like that. And now you're like delirious and don't know what's going on. And he's kidnapping you. That's scary.
Or kidnapping. Yeah,
kidnapping. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a rabbit hole. But nonetheless, like you say, we're definitely gonna put this brother in the pit here in a second.
Appreciate Young B streaming coming through. Says, yeah, they're gonna have to technicality his weird ass. Appreciate your Project Leroy. Says, bring him some KFC and he will give up more names. Appreciate you, Unc. Says, is there a law about how old you can go? I'm good. Abuela, get that gray-haired cuda over here. Abuela. Money. Shout out to the brother Classy. Says, I've talked to some people in Brazil that know the story. The United States have given Brazil the choice to choose to send Floyd back or not. And yes, we are still under U.S. law. We're still citizens. Okay.
So after that, to the pit, brother.
Naturally.
Madness. Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me? Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
Ooh, the sea don't unlame you, brothers. Don't be going across the pond thinking that they don't know you lame. That lameness followed you.
That part. So here we go. We talk about joy and pain, the real state of the community. Everybody's crashing out. Before we get out of here, we're going to touch on this. All right. This is the other viral story. Nicki Minaj. They're trying to cancel Nicki. There we go.
Boys, be boys.
Amen.
Be boys. It's okay. Be boys. It's nothing wrong with being a boy. How about that?
Amen.
How powerful is that? How profound is that?
Amen.
Boys will be boys, and there's nothing wrong with that. I have the utmost.
All right. So let's stop there, I guess. I guess that was controversial. All right. They got an issue with that because, I don't know.
Because masculinity is under attack. Like, we're going to take this piece by piece with Nicki. I agree with that message right there. Yes, boys should allow to be boys because there is an attack on masculine men. So I second that notion, Nicki.
I have the utmost respect and admiration for our president. He has, I don't know if he even knows this, but he's given so many people hope that there's a chance to beat the bad guys and to win and to do it with your head held high and your integrity intact. This administration is full of people with heart and soul. And they make me proud of them.
Yes, I am still a barb. No, I don't care that she's a Trump supporter, MAGA Minaj. I do not care. I never knew her political views before, and now that I know them, still don't care. And the funny thing is y'all voted for him. She's with over half of the voting population. So why y'all mad? Like, let's just be real. Y'all need to pick something else to be mad about.
Shout out to my people, MAGA Minaj. I'll say that. We gonna come up with a name fast. All right. So they got you, Nikki, MAGA Minaj. So here she is, taking a lot of smoke. She lost what, 10 million followers on TikTok or whatever in one day. 10 million gone. Wow. They say we done with you.
That was the gynocracy. I want to say 99.9% of those 10 million subscribers that went out their way to unsubscribe was blowed out, melanated, and female. Or they gynocratic goon boyfriends. Plain and simple. Shout out to Nikki. She wild. She a wild character. This seems so scripted. She seems like a robot up there. I'm very proud of this administration. How have we gotten here? How in the unholy Hades is Nicki Minaj up here on the political stage doing this, having this influence on the world? I hate it here, respectfully.
Yeah, and she's just trying to pander. You know, she needs to rebrand herself because she's had all that wonkiness with her husband and his pedo activities and all that. And you know, she has to rebrand, and she's going about it the wrong way. I don't agree with it at all, but she has to figure it out. So she's saying whatever to make that happen. So, you know, her career's kind of down in the tank, and yeah, she has to do something to rebrand herself. So it is what it is.
And I guess shout out to Truest Dude. I guess he's saying her brother, she may be trying to get her brother pardoned. Her brother in some trouble. That's interesting.
Her husband, I think her husband maybe.
Yeah,
her brother, I think, is also a pedo or whatever. I think they both have similar crimes or whatever.
Let me get my Googles on. Okay, because now that would make sense. Like, you know, because shout out T Money go pardon some folks. That's for sure. Trying to get your brother pardoned, Nikki. Is that what this about? That makes sense.
Or it's money. Everything come down to money. So one way or the other, somebody cut the check, and there's more checks to be cut. And here we are. And women like her saying they still rock with her. So even though she lost the millions of followers, she's been like the #1 streamer, and her music has been streamed the most since this happened. So two things is true. She might have lost that, but they ain't talking about maybe how many new followers she got. So like rebranding. So
that's crazy. Now her you good.
Care. I never knew her political views before, and now that I know him, still don't care. And the funny thing is y'all voted for him. She's with over half of the voting population. So why y'all mad? Like, let's just be real. Y'all need to pick something else to be mad about. So I will still be a barb. If y'all want to be no barb no more, no one cares. Literally, no one cares. She'll still have fans. She'll still be the #1 rap female in the world. It doesn't matter. But yes, I am still a barb. So continue with your day. Don't ask me. I don't care. I like her music, and that's that.
It's so funny because just last month, everyone was a Nicki fan. Everybody was a barb. Oh my gosh, Nicki's a baddie. Oh my gosh, did you hear that last song she came out with? Oh my gosh, Papa Bear. But since she switched sides, people want to switch up on her. Are we not allowed to be human? Are we not allowed to have our own opinions? You mean to tell me that if she would have just kept it to herself, she would still have fans? She can express how she feels to the world?
Well, it depends. I guess if you are political, like I say, I'm not a political person, but I don't care about it one way or the other. You know, even the Cardi B's, when they up there with Biden and them, it is what it is. These people are being paid. All right. Got nothing to do with us. That's how I feel about it.
Yes, real rap. This could, like, I find it weird again that Nicki is even get a platform like this, but the whole know how T Money rolls and the pardoning thing, that works. Nikki is in between a rock and a hard place between her husband and her brother. Yeah, her brother was sentenced to 25 years to life.
Yep.
For repeated assault on his stepdaughter. Goodness gracious. Yeah, Nikki, your brother gonna come home, your sister. Oh, cow.
This is strategic planning. The Republicans have to gin up their party. Like, if Trump is not going to run anymore, then they're going to have to usher in, like, as they're kicking immigrants out, that's a voting class, right? They're going to have to win the people over that do not feel like voting for the Democrats. And what strong voter base is that? That is the Black vote. So by touting Nicki Minaj out there, that kind of switches the framework. You usually see a Nicki Minaj or Megan Thee Stallion out there with the Democrats, right? Like, you can always bank on the fact that the Democrats will lean on one of our Black figures to kind of like tout around, like, this is our puppet. Well, now the Republicans are doing that. The Republicans are trying to tap into the Black voters. Trump has been saying very much often that the rights for birth citizenship belongs to FBAs. So he's already like dog whistling to the ones of us that are saying we're not voting Democrat anymore. If we're going to vote for you, give us something. Well, this is the start of them laying out what they're going to give us. We're going to push out Nicki Minaj, and we're going to start to massage you all with these people that you like to see that's in your pop culture. And now we're going to use these people to be our microphones for what our message is going to be to get you to vote for us in the next election. Next month is going to kick up a lot of political people running for new offices in Congress, the Senate. Like, all of these, there are seats that are up for grabs. So some states that were blue last year might be getting to be red. And that's what they're banking on. They're trying to regenerate the pool of people we have here and take away the ones of us that don't want to vote Democrat anymore. And I think that I think it's kind of smart on their behalf. Like, if Trump can't run again, it's going to have to be a JD Vance or somebody. But how do they get people to be excited for it? It's going to have to be people like Nicki Minaj carrying the flag for them.
And that's part of our problem. Like I said, rest in peace to Malcolm X. The athletes and the entertainers are not our leaders. The problem is they can bank on the majority of us not doing any research and simply following trends and following our favorite people. So if Nikki said, so it's less about even having us vote any side. It's about not getting you to vote Democrat. I don't care if you vote for me. I don't care. Just don't vote at all. Either vote for me, don't vote at all, but don't vote for them. Look, I got Nikki with me. Because we are so brainwashed, we won't do any research and realize we don't need to be voting for either side. They both playing with us. So until we figure that part out, I don't know how y'all be on either side of this wing when they all full of crap.
That part there, that's what it is. There's a law. I got to look it up. I saved it. There's a law saying that there are very, very, very few evil people in the world. Mr. X just pointed out, it says that there are a lot of stupid people in the world that follow the evil people. And that's what we have. Very few, evil people, whatever, the folks in power, shout out to State Street, Blackwater and all that. And then, but you have the vast majority of citizens are just respectfully uneducated, dumb enough to just follow them blindly. So I found that to be interesting. Yeah, we got to educate ourselves and do better, but the majority never will. Never in this struggle.
Her music isn't good anymore. We just gonna forget her hits and delete all her music because she wants to be MAGA now. Your political beliefs now determine who you can be friends with. If we like different colors, it's all good. If we don't like the same foods, it's all good. But we have to vote for the same individuals. Otherwise, it's not all good. This is so unreal and so stupid. Boy, I tell you, the hypocrisy in this world is really starting to irritate my soul.
So apparently Nikki has been added to the canceled list for going on Turning Point USA's platform and just coming out as saying that she's proud to be an American, coming out and saying that she supports our president, and coming out and even saying that it's okay for boys to be boys. And people have a problem with it, but of course they do. Of course they do. So it's Nikki's turn, but guess what? It's going to be somebody else. And guess what? The same thing is going to happen. Rinse and repeat. It's the same playbook. But nonetheless, shout out to Nikki. Okay, I wasn't expecting it. But hey, I have a lot of respect for her. Don't really consider myself a barb because I have not listened to her music in ages. But nonetheless, respect her for it. Really, like her respect has gone up to here for me. So props to her.
Like I said, Nikki got her own motives. All right. I think a lot of people out here doing what's best for them and their family. They really ain't thinking about the group. Let's get this understood. Most people ain't up. They are not like, oh, I'm doing this for the greater good of Black folks. No, I'm doing this for my brother to get out of prison or whatever the case. They got their own motives.
That's politics. It's my understanding today politics is selfish. When I stayed up in this hoity-toity neighborhood, for a while, I realized that we had a block party and I'm surrounded by small hat doctors, attorneys, and they didn't talk politics because they would damn near start squabbling. Yeah. If heart surgeon Brad find out that, attorney Chad, they ain't on the same Democratic Party, they sit on the same street, it'd be instant beef. I swear to goodness. And it's just wild about that, man. I find that to be very crazy. But yeah, politics not only divides melanated folks, which is a known thing. I think it kind of divides everybody because it is selfish. I'm going to vote for who's going to put food on my table. If put food on my table takes food off your table in politics, that's not my concern.
Yeah, and with Nikki, she's from Trinidad, so I think she does have ulterior motives or whatever, and I think she does have an agenda. I think she's trying to maybe work for to get her brother and stuff out, and it is what it is, and that's why you don't represent us and cannot represent us because you don't have our interests at heart. So that's another thing to consider too. It is what it is. She's from Trinidad, so it is what it is.
Mm-hmm. We appreciate you, Uncle Caesar, coming back through with more ducats. We appreciate you. He says, at first, I thought yous were with this person. I was gonna have Ebony lure yous out here, and we'll put you in the fish market. The real one, Ebony can explain. Happy New Year, not the fish market, huh?
Yes, we are on the side of truth, no matter who mouth it come out of. And that's
Right.
people's problem. They only want the truth if it comes from people they like. And it don't matter if I like you or not. All right. If it's true, then it's true.
Amen, amen, amen.
And the boy comment when she said, it's okay to be little boys. Like, I think that's another clue and indication, like when people are comparing Trump to being the red pill president, like, I think that's another dog whistle for even more of that. And how Kamala came out dogging Andrew Tate and Fresh and Fit or Myron or whatever. I think it is more like not just, how the Democrats go after Black women's voting. I feel like this is like, it's straight to the men, like boys and men matter. And they're gonna, and maybe that's why they're using Nikki, because it's like, she'll gin up the guys, and the guys are what they're going to need to, push them over, that Democrat split. So
Nobody listening, Nikki.
no, I don't think they will. I think it is, silly to do that, but it is, people are influenced by her. You know, she does come with an audience, you know, so, and they spend money, they go to concerts, so they could be donors. You never know. Like,
Shout out to Square Biz says it's all disingenuous. As Gavin said, follow the money. Snoop Dogg was in the same boat when he performed for Trump during the campaign run. During his campaign run. Yeah, everybody shifted, man. Shout out to Snoop.
That's what I'm saying. They had Snoop up there, what, in 2000, before Trump ran the first time. He said, you know, it's shaming people if you voted for him. And then during his second inauguration, he was performing on stage. So,
and remember during his first, when Chrisette Michele performed, and now she's canceled and off into obscurity. And then his behind gets up during his second term and he does that. It's like, bruh, you
follow
have
the
no
money.
Yeah.
Quit thinking these entertainers are y'all leaders. All right. Me and Mr. Walker are more y'all leaders than Nikki and some of these people will ever be, but y'all don't want to accept it. So it's unfortunate.
We ain't got enough bread to be moving wonky. So that's the reason why they said that the entertainers, they got strings attached. Yeah, we ain't got $1 million problems, not even close. Appreciate you, Project Leroy. Says last time the no voting, no bucking tactic failed. That was most egregious, led by the Rainbow Coalition. Wow.
Here we go. So here we go. Shout out to my guy, Brandon Jamal. Y'all know he had to touch on it and he about to cook.
If Nicki Minaj was at an HBCU for the black community would be praising her. This pretty much sums up black people in 2025. You see, Trump first got on Nicki's radar when he was talking about the Christians being decimated in Nigerians. You would think black Christians in America will understand that, but no. The hatred for Trump is just so much deeper. By far, my favorite part of 2025 is watching people who are so wrong and violent act like they are so correct and virtuous. This quote right here pretty much sums up the Democratic Party in 2025. What I realize is that black people dislike black Republicans way more than they have ever disliked an actual racist white person. But it's definitely not just the blacks, no. Social media claims Nicki Minaj is banned from all ubiquitous clubs after Turning Point USA. You think Nicki Minaj gives a goddamn about being banned from a ubiquitous club? Who gives a damn? The lady is married. And you can talk about who she's married to all day. But you think she honestly gives a damn about going into any of your rainbow clubs? That lady don't give a shit. Don't no straight person give a shit about entering your ubiquitous space. You ain't did shit to nobody. All you doing is doing that punk ass liberal virtue signaling that you people do when you're dead wrong. Y'all saying Nicki Minaj is transphobic because she says boys should be boys. Trans is not real. It's a mental illness, and I'm very glad we have some adults back in the room.
There we go. All right. It's a lot going on this subject. Like you said, Nicki, I don't know. Nicki's a rapper and entertainer. Like you say, she can be on whatever stage she wants. She's not somebody to be taken serious. So we shouldn't even be putting this much on her. Like, it's Nicki. She was never going to show us to the promised land. I'm telling you.
Idiocracy. This is where we are. In the movie Idiocracy, the dumbest person in the world became the president. No shade. I'm not insinuating anything, but look at who our leaders have become. They are trying to give Nicki Minaj credit for T-Money, dropping bombs over there in, Nigeria? Yeah, on Christmas Day. They said Nicki did that. Since they are saying that since Nicki went up on stage and voiced her opinion, that T-Money said, I heard you, Nicki. Let me go ahead and call the Pentagon and send some missiles across the ocean. It's wild.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly.
Like I said, that's a rabbit hole. Nonetheless, like there's a lot going on, man. It's a lot. Like I said, it's hard to even talk about these subjects because it's so much minutia, as they say, and nonsense. Like people just don't want to be straightforward. Nicki could do whatever she wants. If Nicki was your leader, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, ain't no way. There's no rappers, not leaders.
Like I said, because my message up here the whole time been telling y'all stop listening to that music, stop doing it. But if that's who y'all follow, I can't say we so far on different ends. I can't even had a conversation with you.
There you go. Yeah, facts. It is what it is. Plant the seed. If you're gonna follow celebrities, I guess that's a part of it, right? Fandemonium. Huh? Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, and it just goes to show, what they think of us. They think that they can just put Cardi B or Beyonce or Nicki Minaj up there and tell us who to vote for, and we're just going to listen. They still haven't read the room, you guys. Like they're still trying to go with those old tactics that no longer work. We're focused on other things right now, and you putting celebrities up there to try to sway the vote it's not going to work with us anymore. So I don't know when they're going to get it, but they're going to figure it out and figure it out quick, because we're smarter, we're wisening up, and we no tangibles, no vote. I don't care who you put up there, because if you ain't talking about anything for my people, there's no vote. So
I would say same thing with the sports. Like a lot of these people are just playing in our faces, and they know we are predictable. We are going to continue to, patron and support them. So no matter what, the Nickies or whoever, a lot of these, NFL teams, all this stuff, these people been playing in our faces, and we keep giving them our dollar. So that's why I don't support none of it. I don't get into the politics, the sports, to hell with all of it. I don't play with nobody that's playing in my face. To hell with them.
Yeah, no concert ticket. Shout out to y'all, you concert goers. Yeah, none of that. I agree. It's easily done.
Back in the room. If you were born with a certain set of genitalia and your mind tells you should be born with a different set of genitalia, that is the definition of a mental illness. I'm sorry we have lived in a society that has not only celebrated your mental illness, you and your mental illness have been given a license to oppress people who see with their eyes. I have a friend. She works at a place. She's on a conference call. This grown-ass man comes through the conference call, and she says, okay, bro, or sir, or however she talked to him. He caught all type of attitude with her because she didn't know that this grown man coming through the phone with all this bass in his voice referred to himself as she. How in the fuck was she supposed to know this, bro? God damn, Jonathan. Nicki Minaj deleted her Instagram page after losing 10 million followers on the gram, all because she believes that boys are boys and girls are girls and Christians shouldn't be slaughtered. And let me tell you something right now. Y'all accusing Nicki Minaj of being broke or needing somebody's money. Nicki Minaj still has almost 45 million listeners on Spotify alone. Them streaming checks is healthy as hell from just that one app. And last time I checked, she only has one kid and one husband to take care of. Nicki got plenty bread. Getting plenty bread. Gym checks clearing every month. She don't need you hoes. And she damn sure don't need you grown men who think you're women. If Jeffree Star's weird ass does not think he's a girl, what in God's name makes you think you're a girl? That mental illness. Speaking of mental illness, do you know I used to work with that dude, Jules LeBron? And let me tell you something.
He going down rabbit holes. Goodness gracious. Brother Jamal, what's going on? Nonetheless, oh, man. How old is Nicki's old? Like I said, her rap career was phasing out. Like Raquel said, she's transitioning. She can only do that for so long, right? And then she got fans all over, like he said, all over internationally. And most of them are not black, especially in this country. They couldn't be because we only 13% of the population. So most of the people here that's buying her records are not black folks.
That's crazy. Shout out to is that a grift? Is that an example of a grift, ladies?
Yeah, I think so. I guess it's all a grift, right? I don't know. Like I don't know. I definitely think that as you get older, your thoughts and opinions change, and the things that are important to you change. She has a brother in a precarious situation, and she has a husband that's in a precarious situation. And these two situations, I'm sure if her mother is still alive or her father is still alive, they want her to do whatever she can do to help her brother, because regardless of to what he's done in their eyes, that's their son. They love him and they're going to want to get him home, So whatever her motivations are, it's not, I don't want young people to think it's abnormal for you to go from being a Democrat to a Republican. That part isn't grifting, because you things start to really matter to you once you understand how systems and things are working. Most of us, we start out with we don't have a lot of money, right? We have beer money with champagne taste. So we want things that are free, and we're not considering what the cost is when we get something that's free. So we'll lean towards the Democratic side because that's the side that's helping us the most, or appears to be helping us the most, because we're so broke. And then as we grow up and we start making more money and we start understanding where our money goes when it comes out of our paychecks, right? We're like, well, wait a minute. I'm voting against my own interests because this matters to me now. The how I'm taxed matters to me because this is how much money I can make with my degree. This is how far I can go. So you start doing better planning for your life. So that is not a grift, that you could go from being a Democrat to a Republican, or a Republican to independent. It's just, as you grow up, you change. And you learn and you grow towards things and you grow away from others, So with that part, I don't think that's the grift. But some of the other things, like her Elvira hair sitting up there with this TPUSA and all of the controversy that's come with the Charlie Kirk guy and being up there with his wife. The backlash is coming from the fact that the man who is now passed away, it's not just Democrat, Republican with this lady that she's sitting on the stage with. This lady is the wife of the man that was saying some pretty egregious things against FBAs when he got pow-powed in the neck. So it's a combination. I see why those 10 million people unfollowed her on Instagram, because it's not whether you want to be a Republican or a Democrat. We can handle that. But it's like who you're associating with, while you're making that decision, that is disheartening to us. That's what we don't like. We don't like that you're you're being cushy with people that have these really bad ideologies against us. So that part is what is funky about all of this. That's why those people unfollowed her ass on Instagram.
Okay.
Good point, Raquel. Yeah, that's the reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bad look. I wouldn't be up there. I would get up there with another Republican. She could get up there with J.D. Vance and it wouldn't be so bad. But you're up there with the man's wife who was talking real greasy. That hurts people's feelings. So,
yeah.
Appreciate your brother Classy coming through this evening. Says they got mad at Kelly Rowland for saying her man is a leader. Gynocracy got mad because her and Beyonce is married, and right from telling them to be independent, and Rich from telling them to be independent. There you go.
All of you people unfollowing Nicki Minaj and stuff, y'all act like y'all actually doing something to that lady. Y'all ain't doing shit to that lady. Nicki Minaj is the most unbothered person you will ever meet in these United States of America. Need I remind you who she married? Do you think she cares about what anybody was gonna think when she married that dude? No, she married him. So if she married that guy, what makes you think she cares about being banned from Ubiquitous nightclubs in America? I wish more celebrities would have the balls to speak out for what they believe in. Because I got news for you. In 2025, if celebrities are not virtue signaling for the left, they lean right. They just don't want to say nothing because they're afraid of y'all canceling them in their checks. Luckily for Nicki, she good. She getting plenty of money on around here. So is she a coon too? Is she a coon too? Is Lil Wayne a coon? You know Lil Wayne is Team Trump. He pardoned him. Is he a coon? Last time I checked, when Black Lives Matter was going on, Lil Wayne told a story about when a police officer saved his life. So he can't tell y'all he don't like police. Is he a coon as well? I'm honestly starting to think that coon is a term of endearment because the only people who fix their mouth to call somebody a coon is a black excusing some extreme hard R activity. All I can say about all of these people who are crashing out about Nicki Minaj being on Turning Point USA, I just want to know, for serious, how are black Americans still so loyal to the Democratic Party? Y'all watched Barack Obama tell y'all to your face he could not give you blacks reparations because the president don't have that kind of financial power. But in the same whop, y'all watched Joe Biden send billions of dollars to Ukraine whenever he felt like it. Yet y'all are
hell. Just wicked. They all wicked. This is where I don't get caught up in it. Like I said, y'all see the video we put out on Joe Biden, complete crook. I don't know how y'all ever voted for him. Same thing with T-Money and all these people. They all got history. This whole damn country. No president ever been in there had our backs. None of them. Don't let them lie to you. Not Lincoln, not Nan, none of them. So if you fall into that trap, go ahead. Like you said, granted, we can get involved with the tax cuts and all that. Business owners, granted, there's some good things. There's also bad things. So it is what it is. Just keep living your life. I've never made any adjustments according to who the president was in my life. I just kept grinding. I didn't say, oh, this person here, so I can take it easy, or he the president, I gotta work hard, or no, just keep grinding. And then in 4 years, somebody else gonna be in there and things gonna change again. So what you gonna do, cry? No, keep moving.
Adapt and overcome. You know, as working people, we all feel the changes of, these different regimes that get into office, man. I will never forget when I traded in my 4-cylinder vehicle for my 8-cylinder truck for our repair company. Last thing I wanted to do, always been smart about that, but I had to do it business-wise. And I almost cried first time I had to put gas in that thing. This is when the gas prices spiked because of, the president. At least people always blame the president for gas price spikes. And I'm sitting there and I'll never forget. It's like, just do better, adjust. Can't drive as much. Got to be smart about how you move. Ain't no time to complain. I truly believe in that, Mr. X. Adapt, overcome.
And the thing is, no one of us is that powerful. So you can't sit here and be like, my vote, to hell with your vote. It's an electoral college. Your state might already be FUBAR. Your one little vote don't mean a damn. So, like I said, make adjustments according to who's going to be the president, what the policies will be. You can make the adjustments, but to sit here and think you are so powerful that you're going to swing in the election, you crazy as hell.
We got to be unified. Shout out to Truth Over Lies. If you ain't subscribed, make sure you do. We had this discussion. We got to show that there's power within our vote. And we came to the conclusion and decision that withholding the vote ain't really showing, that we're unified. However, all of us voting for an individual candidate, even though they are not going to win, that will show the powers that, hey, these melanated folks they are voting. There is voting power present. They showing it, but they're not giving it to the red or the blue. So there we go. We find the ways to adapt and overcome.
Yeah, that's true. And like with this country, you guys, we've been through hell and high water. We've been through it all with this country. So there's nothing that this country can still do to us that they haven't already done before. We're adaptable people, as a whole, and we'll always figure it out. We can overcome anything. So I'm not worried about that. Like Gavin said, we'll figure it out. Because there's nothing that they haven't already done to us that they can still do. So we'll figure it out, but we're stronger together. So as long as we just stick to the script and, we'll get what is coming to us. So I believe in that wholeheartedly.
We're still so loyal to a political party. Kendrick Lamar once said, ain't nothing new but a new slew of Democrats and Republicans. Red state versus a blue state. Which one you governing? Y'all be gang banging hard as hell over colors. Political colors. It does not matter how a person actually feels. It's the color that matters. Y'all are as dumb with your politics as gangs are in Los Angeles. Gang banging over color. And then y'all are so delusional, you ignore facts. You literally ignore facts because they don't suit your narrative. Y'all are the party of feelings over facts. And thank the Lord Jesus above that we got some adults back in the room. And let me tell you how dumb y'all are for real. Y'all done been infiltrated by Islamic extremists. How can you ever trust anybody who says they're a Muslim and a Democrat? How can you trust somebody whose religion and personality, everything about them is conservative, but they choose to vote liberal because y'all are easily manipulated and you have no morals? That's why they're committing all that damn fraud in Minnesota. That's why they in this country talking all that reckless shit about literally taking over. And the people in the blue are like, don't touch them. Don't touch them. Leave them to their jihad alone. What about Jesus? Jesus wasn't perfect. Actually, he was, bitch. I wish that I can have this moment for life. For life.
Brandon Jamal is wild. Here we are. Nonetheless, we done made it through this. All right, people crashing out over Nikki. What side you on? You red, you blue. We're going to keep y'all divided. And even more, I don't think black folks been this divided politically probably ever, in a long time. Hell, since we've been off the planet. I mean, can you name a time? And it's just, it's more of a separation. And it's like, okay, Republicans like, okay, we got a little bit of leverage. Let's bring Nikki up. Come on, more leverage. Who next? Who else? Snoop Dogg? Where you at, Snoop?
And it's wild because it's not so much my understanding, my journey when it comes to politics. It's not so much going from vote blue no matter who, because
I was about to ask that, Mr. Wall. Could that be a good thing? To be people voting without even thinking. So I guess people are starting to choose.
Yes. And that's the growth. It's not so much people are going from a Democrat to, don't look at it that way, Democrat to Republican. That's that gang-ish. Yeah, see, no, conservative, liberal. Where are your views? And I don't know, as we continue to grow, I seem to have more conservative views. I can never be MAG. I could never give a dang about a T. I don't care about none of that. However, the views, I understand. Family first, nuclear family. I like the way that sounds. I represents nuclear family.
And keyword, sounds, vibrations, music, sounds. It all sounds good. What are people doing? How are they living? And most of these people that's preaching sound, these be the same people that ain't living. All these politicians and presidents, these are the people that are doing devious stuff so they can sound good. But what you living like? What's your fruit?
Exactly. Y'all see all this wild stuff going on? The you know who files from that island, the brother. Yeah, all this stuff, all these redacted files being released. Like, how? I don't know, man. I take life very seriously, especially my soul. I'm not about to sit here and get behind anybody that's moving. Like, I can't even see these individuals, let alone think about their policies. Like Mr. X said, and I've said before, like, I keep my faith in God, and I'm just going to continue to work hard and keep my nose to the grindstone, as I believe all of us should do, especially as men. Just keep working, keep grinding, keep learning, but complaining and, I don't know, thinking that we can have an individual effect when it comes to voting. Like I said, call it ignorance, but I don't believe it.
Yes. I mean, keep family first, get the marriage rates up, right? I vote to get the marriage rates up. Let's vote on that. Let's vote on more families. Let's vote on getting the kids, math skills up, all that stuff. Let's vote on ending all the violence and all the nonsense that go on in the hood. I vote for that. I ain't too much worried. They ain't worried about that. The people y'all voting for, they ain't worried about those issues.
But nevertheless, everything you just said sounded very much conservative. You go over to the liberals and say, hey, family together. Let's get men in the house. You getting struck down. I don't know. Tell me I'm lying. The majority of folks that are liberal, you start talking about nuclear family, shout out to the Black Lives Matter movement. That was one of the biggest eye-opening moments of my life. And if you go on their page and scroll down, it may take you 3 minutes to scroll down to the section, but it tells you what they stand for. And Black nuclear families ain't it. They're trying to dismantle it, actually. And that was one of the biggest movements in the liberal movement. They don't
propaganda though. So, you got to follow the money, as we've been saying all night. And the person financing that is a white man. So these are not our movements. Everything's hijacked. We need grassroots. Shout out to Ebony. Ebony, these are not our movements. So even though it's disguised and it sounds good, it's not for us.
I agree, man. Yeah.
No, I agree with it. That 100%. So I'm with you. I like all the ideas that you guys are just saying. I think that all of that is important. And, I also think that some of our needs and things need to be at the forefront as well. So we're going to be fighting for it all. So.
Yeah. So at this point, we going to put all the Nikki beef, everybody with the Nikki beef in the sub.
Bye. Nikki beef.
The passengers of the doomed Titanic sub spent their last moments in total darkness looking for bioluminescent creatures out of the small window and listening to their favorite music. The new details of the 5 passengers' final moments have been revealed by the wife and mum of the father-son duo.
Wade in the water, diamond wade in the water. Something's gonna trouble the water. You better wade in the water. Yeah, man.
Man, oh man. Shout out to politics. I think we got that one. Appreciate you, brother Classy.
Okay, shout out to Classy. Yeah, so it's been a crazy show here. Like I say, we talking about joy and pain. A lot of joy and pain as we closing out the year. The real state of the community. Everyone is crashing out. We've been trying to find solutions. All right. It all starts with family, but we're steering away from family. So there is no solution. That's just the bottom line.
If you ask me, we're not going to find out just how bad things are right now today until, midway through this upcoming year. Because like I said, folks don't want to be the first ones to scream, They don't want to be the first ones to let it be known they're having a hard time, that they can't pay rent that is due. But it's happening. There's more and more reels of folks finding homeless folks sleeping in their cars. This is a new trend where folks are it's so bad, folks are waking up, finding themselves homeless, walking the streets at night, and their next best move is to check car doors to see if they can sleep in there and not freeze or get wet throughout the night. Right. Crazy. But again, it's going to take months for folks to find for all this to come out. I hate that. Yeah, but right now it's happening. We are in disarray.
Yeah, and a lot of those women stuff, their kids are living in the cars with them too. They're coming to find out that the kids are homeless as well. So everybody needs to get up under some instruction and work it out with your families and make it happen, because we need each other. Our kids need both parents, and with everything tonight, Bonquisha was beefing, with the Christmas presents and all that. And she's claiming, these are my kids and everything. We just all need to just do better as a whole. While we close out 2025 and 2026, we all need to work together for our families. So I agree with that 100%.
There we go. I agree.
Yeah. That's what you got, Raquel.
This is great that Nikki is doing this, because Kamala is coming back. So, her donors, they're not out of it. They still want their horse in the race, and they're going to put her there. We have to let them know that is not going to go. That's not going to work for us. They're going to have to give us somebody better. But y'all, that is something that's really real. They are touting Kamala coming back for 2028. So yeah, like everybody is starting their strategic plan on how they're going to win votes. And yes, it is not about the popular vote, right? Because the electoral college is going to end up picking. But what we do locally affects all of that. You know, what you do in your local elections with your judges and your state representatives and all of the little things that I want to start talking to you guys about on Saturday afternoons. Like, we pick those people that end up promoting those other people. And if we don't pick those small people right, we are not going to get the people up there right. So that's what we have to start empowering ourselves to practice, to voting the right way, you know, because even though we live in different states, we're all affected by the same policies that come out, how they shut our government down. All of these things affect all of us, you know, whether we work for the government or not. You know, you want to go to state parks, you want to go on vacations, you know, you want to be able to know that the things around you are working the way that they're supposed to. That means that you're going to have to vote locally, and you're going to have to be thoughtful about that. So, yeah, if we want reparations, we got to get serious and tighten up and say, you know, it doesn't fly at the local level, the county level, the state level, and it's not going to fly federally. You know, we don't want Kamala back. We don't want her back. She needs to go back, like, you know, how they just put Mariah Carey back on ice. They need to put Kamala's behind back on ice. And shout out to everybody. And thank you all for having me tonight. I appreciate y'all.
Always a pleasure, sister. Thanks for coming.
Yes. So we're going to keep an eye out. Yeah, Black folks, be more diligent, do more research. Like I said, still come down to family. It's too hard to make these decisions on our own, especially women with children. And it's just, yeah, that's my issue. So that, like Raquel said, locally, that's definitely something y'all need to be more focused on. Your mayors and all that stuff. Know who these people are in charge locally. Don't get so caught up at the top when there's so much going on. All the action down here, and they keep y'all looking up. Oh, yeah, Kamala, Trump, all these big people. When all the action is going on down here, they don't even pull strings. They just a face. All right, it's other people controlling them. They have pretty much no power. They are being told what to do by more powerful people.
Plain and simple. I've been saying that these are just the presidents of the world. These just figureheads. That is it. Yeah, I am enthusiastic to see how this presidency plays out. It's going to be a wild year. 2026. It's going to be one for the books. Every year comes with a little bit of something. I'm trying to tell you, 2026 is about to be extra spicy. Huge shift. And everyone's saying it. Yeah, this ain't no SBC cart before the horse prophecy. It's the writing is on the wall.
Yeah, and I would encourage everybody to check with your local government and stuff. I know, like in Washington, California, Illinois, New York, and there's another state, are all passing some form of reparations. Like in Washington state, they're giving loans. If your families were living in Seattle before 1965, they're giving loans for homes. So if you can prove that your people were around before 1965, they're giving loans. I don't qualify because my people from Pittsburgh, but still I know people that have qualified. And so just checking, you know, the governor passed that law here just last year. So that's something, just check locally and, you know, check with your governors and see what they're doing in all different states, because this is going to be a thing and it's happening on local levels and it will happen on a national level. So everybody just get your paperwork in order. Get ready.
Cut the check.
Cut the check.
That part. So get ready. Yeah, get ready so you ain't, or stay ready so you ain't got to get ready.
Right.
All right. We got the AI revolution going on, all this stuff. Be focused on the real stuff, you know, or you will be left behind in the Stone Ages, because this stuff is moving faster than you can blink.
must develop some form of competence. You got to be competent and or excel in something. And I truly believe one of the easiest things to do is in these trades now. AI taking over customer service positions. Shout out to the labor force. Man, y'all see the movies. In those old movies, the dystopian existence movies, Demolition Man, yada yada. They show women working construction. They'll have women working more manly positions because that's where we are going. Shout out to the working sisters. Y'all don't mind working, but y'all ain't trying to be out there on that road crew. Yeah, y'all ain't trying to be climbing up electric poles. That's what it's about to be. And it's money. Y'all just don't want to do it.
I'll do what's that? Where they catch the deadliest catch. Like I could go out there and like hunt for tunas. I could do that.
No, you not. The tuna weigh more than you.
For about 2 hours, you break a nail. You can take me back to the shore.
You got any Gucci fishing poles?
I'm gonna get the best ones. But yeah, like those things are so expensive. Like if you catch one, that's like great for the year almost. So
that's if you private. If you're like a private person, but you out there work for a company, you get what they pay you, and they be out there. It's violent out there.
Yeah, there is one lady that goes by herself, and she was so gangster. She wasn't even that big, and she was handling she had like 4 poles going at one time to get one tuna that was like huge. She was like 9,000 pounds. I was like, dang, no wonder why that shit is so expensive at the store. Like you about to die just to catch it. So yeah, like I could do that maybe if y'all could teach me. I would love to
we could teach you.
Not construction, because at least you could like swim in the water and like enjoy the scenery. But you're not enjoying the scenery on a light pole up in the sky. Like no, I don't want to.
Yeah, they say those are the like one of the most deadliest jobs. I used to date a guy who was did a lot of fishing and stuff in Alaska, and it was a lot. Like they get paid a lot of money, but it's a very deadly job because you're out there in the middle of the ocean for weeks and months at a time, so it's good
Think
money.
about my tan, y'all. I would be
Absolutely
so tan.
Yeah,
no, you
in
absolutely
Alaska, it's
not.
cold. There's bears.
Oh yeah,
and
in
stuff.
Alaska, that's true. It's cold.
It's
Yeah.
cold up there.
That's the only job I turned down. I got offered an opportunity to work on a oil rig in Russia when I was in college. Shout out to my college professor, Dr. Michaels. He was super dope. And once he told me the average temperature was like -10, I said, I ain't got it in me, dog. I'm gonna stay stateside.
And that wind, ooh, yeah. I'm
No,
sure it
thank
feels
you.
less than that. Yeah.
No, thank you.
Are y'all getting snow right now?
Rain.
Rain. Okay,
It's
okay.
nasty. That
Okay.
Pittsburgh weather. It'll be 40 one day and 60. It'll be negative degrees one day and then 50 the next day.
It's been really warm up here, so we know that whatever is going on with y'all up there is going to come with the vengeance, because we've been enjoying like 70-degree weather here.
Nice.
Yeah. So okay. Well, y'all be safe up there.
For sure.
That part. So we appreciate you ladies coming through tonight. Like I say, we're trying to come up with solutions. We did a little bit tonight. We cut some grass, but it's a whole field uncut. We did a little bit of cutting though.
There you go. We have more days to get some cutting done and weed whacking. And thank y'all for y'all help cut the grass. I like that.
Yes. I'm gonna go put my trimmer away now. Because I wasn't cutting the grass. I was just trimming the hedges. Okay. Y'all cut the grass. That's
There
for
we
y'all.
go.
I'm just playing.
Appreciate
Yeah,
y'all.
good night.
Good night, everyone.
Her link in the chat. Make sure y'all go over and subscribe. Also, shout out to Sister Ebony Dean coming up cooking. Hopefully she be over there with us on Tuesday when we be back over at Truth Over Lies, because we got a crazy show coming up this week.
There goes. Shout out to our sister Ebony Dean. She always pop up on Truth Over Lies. The only sister that come up and join us with the panel full of brothers. But nevertheless, whether or not y'all gonna come up on the panel, don't miss the show. All right, shout out to Truth Over Lies this upcoming Tuesday. But we'll be back up here later today. All right, this Sunday with more Single by Choice madness.
That part. So shout out to everybody over here. If you are not subscribed to the Single by Choice channel, make sure you head over and subscribe. That's where we'll be tomorrow. But tonight, yeah, we talked about a lot, a lot going on. The Nicki stuff, obviously that's pretty much water under the bridge. Brother DeAndre Wilder, going through it. A lot of cautionary tales tonight. Be careful.
Yeah. We posted that in the Patreon about the brother Wilder. I told you, sisters, man, listen, make it work. Understand the rules to this game. I know of I know of a sister that got married recently. She has a kid and she managed to get married. And she actually came to me for some advice, one of my wise friends. And I told her, listen, y'all, single moms want to make it work out here in this terrible dating market. That child belongs to that new man. Because we see the brother Wilder, this brother Wilder putting the stepkids in the wheel, securing their future. You shan't not ask for more from a man. You shan't not. And then still yet he got the infamous ace in the back pocket from the little step bastard. You ain't my daddy. Wop. Last thing a resourceful man want to hear when he is dedicating and devoting his life and income to a kid. Gotta, ladies and women, y'all, the moms, y'all control that. You control that. That boy don't say that if you got some control over the situation. There you go.
That part. So shout out to everybody coming through tonight. Make sure y'all go subscribe to Raquel's channel. Shout out to the sponsors in the Cash App, Brother Julian. Shout out to Uncle Tall, everybody in the super chats, Classy Perspective. Shout out to Uncle Caesar. Shout out to Brother Stu. Shout out to King Hora come through. Shout out to Raquel sponsoring the show, and she came up here and cooked. Make sure y'all subscribe. Mr. Incredible, Odd Job, Stu Peas. Shout out to TJ at Through the Fire, and my guy Theo Coop.
We appreciate all y'all coming through like y'all do, supporting your channel, supporting your interests, supporting beautiful black media. Please continue to do so as y'all do, hitting that super chat, hitting that Cash App, and we appreciate everybody gifting those memberships throughout the show. Everybody that got your no-cost membership, make sure you re-up at the end of your no-cost month and show some backwoods country boys some support.
That part. So we'll be back up here tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. Until then, I'm Gavin X.
I am Mr. Walker.
And we are Carpet for the Horse Productions.
A good morning.